The World Cup does not arrive the same for all of us. For some, it begins in a lounge. For some, in the voice on the radio. For others, in the crowd before the crowd. When the moment comes, it finds all of us. The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. And SABC is your home for every moment that brings us together. At home, on the move, or wherever you are, don't miss a second. Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 matches live on SABC3, stream on SABC Plus.
Good morning, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Morning, Chair.
May I ask you to please place yourself on record?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sandy Duplessis. I'm an attorney from the Court du Plessis Attorneys, and I represent Mr. Michael van Wyk.
Good morning, Mr. Duplessis. Thank you. Yes, who must I look at? Is it the applicant or Mr. Shaskalsin?
Chair, there is an application for a postponement. I understand it's going to be supplemented with additional facts relating to the health of Mr. van Wyk. I haven't seen any further affidavit. I don't know if there is one yet.
Commissioners, if I may just clarify the position. An application for postponement was launched on Saturday before 11 o'clock, as was agreed between the parties. There's going to be a little bit of a dispute there too. The opposing affidavit there too was filed, and also a reply there too. I've compiled a comprehensive bundle, indexed and paginated as well. Subsequent to that, yesterday, when consulting with Mr. van Wyk, he suffered yet again from severe panic attacks. Now, earlier this week, he saw a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Arnold Lawrence.
Say earlier when? I'm sorry? Earlier?
Sorry?
You said earlier when?
Earlier, the first consultation, let me get my letter here, was on the 17th of June.
Oh, all right, yes.
If I may just place the history quickly in context without wasting any time. So Dr. Lawrence consulted with him, and subsequently thereto as well, placed him on medication, which he had to change, and he did change in terms of his letter as well. And he yesterday, when I finally spoke to the psychiatrist, Dr. Lawrence, he said to me the patient needs to be admitted to the psychiatric unit at Jacaranda Hospital, which has a separate psychiatric unit. So I phoned my colleague immediately to alert her in terms thereof, and said that obviously a medical certificate will be provided, but beyond that, I also prepared a further affidavit from Dr. Lawrence himself. That was now last night, which I am waiting for at the moment. The contents of the affidavit was canvassed with the doctor, but I'm waiting for it to be signed and commissioned at the Camille Drift police station, where my assistant is currently. I have provided a copy of the letter. It's not a medical certificate, as we know, just to say it's a medical illness. It's a letter, but the affidavit sets out what has been done and what is the position. So I must apologize to the Commission that it is late, but at the moment I got aware of it, and also bearing in mind it was Father's Day yesterday, also for the specialist. I got hold of him and the affidavit was prepared. So I apologize for that delay, but I can confirm that we did everything in our power to have it here as soon as possible.
Do you have any idea by when this will be received, the affidavit.
Chairperson, yes, I've just contacted my assistant. If I may just have a look on my telephone, because I did ask her how far they are. 2 minutes ago, she said to me they are busy signing and commissioning the affidavit now at the Camille Drift Police Station. Yes, that was 9:33, so it was exactly 2 minutes ago.
If it was being commissioned, then it should come through any time now.
It should come through. Unfortunately, Camille Drift is about, I think, 25 minutes.
No, it may be emailed if that's practical.
Yes.
That's the best, rather than waiting for someone who's going to drive. If it's commissioned, just something emailed to us should do.
They obviously don't have scanning facilities, therefore I asked my assistants in the absence
smartphones
of...
these days
to take photographs
scan.
and to...
In fact, actually do scan.
Yes, but they do scan quite correctly so. But I asked my assistants, please take photographs immediately, convey that to the attorney as well in order to save time.
Yeah, let's rather do that than wait for someone who's going to drive. Anything else, Mr. Blessing?
I don't know if there's anything further. I understood that we would have a conversation this morning early, as there were more WhatsApp documentation that is supposed to be ready, but I don't know from Mr. Chaskelson.
I'll hear from Mr. Chaskelson in just a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chaskelson.
Chair, I think in the circumstances, probably best to wait for the medical affidavit to arrive. Just for the record, our position will be is, obviously, if Mr. van Wyk is not medically fit to appear, then we're not going to insist that he appears today, if that's what the affidavit confirms. But we have a very real problem in that we have 30 days of evidence left. And if we lose today, that's 1 out of 30 days that we will have lost. And so what we will propose, if Mr. van Wyk is medically unfit to testify today, is that his appearance gets postponed to another date, but we use the day to put before the Commission the real evidence that we would want to question him on, WhatsApp chats, videos, and the like, so that evidence can go into the record today, and that Mr. van Wyk then, when he is well enough to return, can come back to answer very specific questions on it. And that way we will use today and save a great deal of the time that we would otherwise have to use when Mr. van Wyk returns.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson. Perhaps respond to that when the proposal, when we already have that affidavit as well. Yes.
Chairperson, I have it on a photograph here, but I agree with Mr. Chaskelson. It would be prudent to have the entire document with us. May I just add that from the outset and in the affidavit itself, and especially the attorney's annexure marked MW3 to the answering affidavit, Mr. van Wyk has been a cooperative witness, and it flows from the chronology of events that when there was a request, acknowledgement of receipt was sent by my office. It just in the past week, there were a number of events that took place.
Just quickly tell me what the nature of this annexure you're referring to, or the chronology. Oh, all right.
The chronology is set out on page, I think it is 68.
Starts at 12, does it?
Well,
You've already paginated, that's why it's 68 on yours. We don't have your paginated set.
correctly so. I have them here ready, and my colleague said to me that we will have to come in. If I may just find the relevant page.
Maybe if I
Perhaps
can-
let's just adjourn. We'll
If I
come
may
back
just
once
get my
copies of everything have been prepared, and when we come back, you may continue on the point you are addressing now. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Again.
Yes, Mr. Chaskelson?
Chair, we've now seen the affidavit of Mr. van Wyk's psychiatrist, and we accept that he is not in a medical state to testify today. But we have reached an agreement on how to proceed, subject to the obviously to the agreement of the Commission. What the proposal is that we will use today for me to take the Commission through the evidence bundle so that the inferences that we seek to draw and the evidence that we are concerned about is clear. Mr. van Wyk will then, if he wants to file a supplementary affidavit in the light of today's proceedings to clarify anything, will do so when he's able to do so, but with a deadline of 6 July. And if, having seen his supplementary affidavit, we want to subpoena him for further questioning on very specific issues that may arise following that supplementary affidavit, we will do so, but we'll do so on 7 days' notice, on at least 7 days' notice. And hopefully that way we can confine any oral evidence of Mr. van Wyk to a relatively short period, and we'll be able to fit it into our schedule at some stage after 13 July. Chair, we have a draft. Can I hand it up?
Do you confirm the agreement, Mr. Blessing?
Commissioners, yes, I do.
Thank you. I make the following ruling. The appearance of Mr. van Wyk is postponed sine die. That's 1. 2, the evidence leaders will address the commissioners on the documents contained in the evidence bundle for Mr. van Wyk and the statement bundle for Mr. van Wyk and the voice and video files contained therein. If Mr. van Wyk wishes to file a supplementary affidavit to clarify any of the material on which the evidence leaders have addressed the Commission, he will do so on or before 6 July 2026. If the evidence leaders want to recall Mr. van Wyk for questioning on any issues after considering his supplementary affidavit, they will give him at least a week's notice in any subpoena they serve on him. This ruling is by agreement.
Thank you, Chair. If I can then start taking the Commission through the evidence, and maybe at the outset, let me clarify that you can put the postponement file away for now, and there should be 3 more files. A short file of the statement of Mr. van Wyk, and then 2 volumes of an evidence bundle. The first will run to page 419, and the second will run to page 888.
Ms. du Plessis, I assume that since this is about your client, you may wish to stay, or not?
Commissioners, thank you very much. I wish to stay.
Thank you.
And sorry, Chair, I should place this on record, but although it's not part of the ruling, we've undertaken to provide Ms. du Plessis with a transcript of today's proceedings by close of business tomorrow, so that she has it to take her client through. Chair, then some clarificatory points at the start. The first is that we have undertaken in our discussions with Mr. van Wyk not at this period to deal with not to deal with the SAPS Medicare Tswane district contract. We understand that Mr. van Wyk is preparing a detailed statement relating to that contract, and it will be made available to us. We hope to get it by the end of this week. But I won't be touching on it at all today. Then there are a number of companies that will feature in what I will touch on today, and I should just clarify who they are. The first company is Medicare24 Holdings. That is Mr. van Wyk's company. It is to be distinguished between Medicare24 Tswane district, which is Mr. Matlala's company, which is a franchisee of Medicare24 Holdings. Then there is a company called Anubis, A-N-U-B-I-S, Protection Services. That is a security company of which Mr. van Wyk is a director, and we understand him to be the key player of that company. Then there is also CAT VIP Protection, which is the security company of Mr. Matlala that we have encountered previously. There is one further point of clarification I want to make before I begin, which is that there are 2 sets of WhatsApp chats that are included in the evidence bundle. The first is the chats extracted from Mr. Matlala's phone, the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. van Wyk. They start at page 1 of the evidence bundle. And the timestamps on those chats are correct South African times. The software setting extracted those chats with South African times. There is a second set of chats which run from page 559 in volume 2 of the evidence bundle. Those are the chats between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi of the EMPD. Now, on those chats, unfortunately, the chats were extracted using universal UTC, which is that 2 hours time difference between South African time.
And you say these are from whose phone? From Mr. van Wyk's?
From Mr. van Wyk's phone, and their chats with Mr. Mkhwanazi. Now, The time difference is not an issue, save in one narrow respect that we will address later. But just, I should clarify up front that, when it says 7:15 in the morning, the South African time was 9:15 in the morning for those chats, not for the Madlanga chats. Then I think the best way to start is with the Regulation 10.6 notice that was served on Mr. van Wyk last year in October and to which he responded in an affidavit on the 2nd of December. And because we are not, much of what was included in that notice addressed the SAPS Medicare contract, and because we're not going to be dealing with it today, I should highlight the parts of that notice and the statement which we will be dealing with. And if I can ask you then to start at page 22 of the statement bundle. And the questions that were asked of Mr. van Wyk relating to chats with Mr. Madlanga that we will be dealing with today are the questions that are at 3.1, 3.2, 3.5, and 3.6. And if I can take them sequentially, Mr. van Wyk was asked to address an exchange of messages between himself and Mr. Madlanga on 7 February 2025, and the relevant chats in that regard start at page 152 of volume 1 of the evidence bundle. And there you'll see at the foot of page 152 that on the 7th of February, Mr. Madlanga forwarded to Mr. van Wyk one of these sort of news reports that I think we've seen in several other chats already. And the headline is Breaking News, NPA ID Guns for National Police Rogue Unit. And in capitals, the NPA Investigative Directorate ID raids National Police Commissioner Fani Masemola and National Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Khumalo officers after serving them with notices of arrest. This comes after an investigation lodged by Parliament's Police Portfolio Committee. Now, we've seen that report before. I don't want to dwell on it, but what I do want to dwell on is the exchanges that follow. So if we go down to page 153, you'll see that Mr. van Wyk's response to that report was not good. And Mr. Madlanga then corrected him and said, it's actually good. My person is going to be a national commissioner now. And Mr. van Wyk responded, I remembered you told me something like that. So in the face of the report about the troubles of General Masemola and Lieutenant General Khumalo, Mr. Madlanga thought that his person was going to be a national commissioner now. Now, Mr. van Wyk did address this in his statement, and we see his response at page 8 of his statement. And on page 8, paragraph 4.2, he says, regarding the WhatsApp communications from Mr. Vusi Madlanga regarding the articles in the National Committee, I made it clear that I've never been introduced to high-ranking police officials and that Mr. Vusi Madlanga never introduced me to any high-ranking SAPS official. Mr. Vusi Matlala made it clear on numerous occasions that he had contact with high-ranking officials, but he never mentioned their names. And I was never involved in any meetings except operational meetings or discussions with any of them, apart from Brian, as explained herein above, and that relates to something involving the Medicare24 SAPS contract, which we're not addressing. So his version was that Mr. Matlala made it clear that he had connections with high-ranking SAPS officials, but he never said who they were. So he wasn't in a position to, by inference, he wasn't in a position to know who Mr. Matlala was referring to when he said, my person will be National Commissioner. There was a second chat on that day, which Mr. van Wyk addressed, and that was the chat at 1936 on 7 February, page 153. And there, Mr. van Wyk said to Mr. Matlala, so it was George that set up the sting with the Hawks. And he explained what that chat related to at page 7 of his statement, where he said, the WhatsApp communication marked, the 4.9 is refers to the annexure to the bundle, but it's this WhatsApp communication. The WhatsApp communication does not relate to the SAPS contract in as far as I know. I have had previous business relations with George van der Merwe, which related to close protection services, which was not a constructive business relationship and which I terminated. So he is identifying George, who set up the sting with the Hawks, as George van der Merwe. Now, Mr. van der Merwe was the general manager of the Optimum coal mine that was run by the Gupta family. And if we go to CJC 302, there is a video that we should play, and we have it flighted now.
Is that CJC?
CJC 302.
The video is there.
The video is CJC 302, where Mr. van Wyk appears to be introducing Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi to George.
Ekurhuleni. He's the head of the EMPD on this side. Hi George, just a quick video. I want to introduce you to General Julius from Ekurhuleni. He's the head of the EMPD on this side. I think this is a person I would love to introduce you so you can have a one-on-one with him so that your transport problems can be sorted out. He also have all the contacts for Tshwane in JMPD due to his rank and everything. So yeah, I would just like to introduce you to Julius, and then we all can get together and you guys can talk, and it's a good connection to have.
And we would be interested to know what the introduction of George van der Merwe to Julius Mkhwanazi was designed to achieve.
And what evidentiary material do we have on the company that you said was what belonged to the Guptas, but you need only answer to that if it's relevant to everything else?
Yes. This is after the Guptas had left the country. Okay, these events take place after the Guptas leave the country. Mr. Van der Merwe is, is best known for his role as general manager of the Optimum coal mine, which was the mine that the purchase of which was the subject matter of the Public Protector report back in 2016.
All right, thank you.
It's a matter of public record, but we do, obviously, for one thing, we have the Public Protector's report from 2016.
Thank you.
The next chat that we raised with Mr. van Wyk is at page 22 of the statement bundle, which refers under 3.2 to an exchange of messages on the 25th of February. And that exchange is to be found at page 195, at the foot of 195 of the bundle. And again, it starts with a video which we should play. And the video is a video that Mr. van Wyk plays to Mr. Matlala, sends to Mr. Matlala. That video of a man wounded inside a car riddled with bullet holes was sent by Mr. van Wyk at 13:07 on 25 February. And it is preceded, if we go to page 195, by two messages from Mr. van Wyk. The first is at the foot of 195. This guy also had an issue with George. This guy's name is Max from Today Destiny. And we've established that the video is a video of a man named Maxwell Mlangeni, who was the owner of a company, who is the owner, he survived that gun assault. He's the owner of a company called Today's Destiny Logistics. What followed in the exchange is, if we go down to page 196, Mr. van Wyk said, "Do you know what his surname may be?" And Mr. Matlala said, "Moyo." Mr. van Wyk said, "Thanks." And there was then a photograph. And the photograph, and underneath the photograph, Mr. Matlala said, "Temba Moyo." The photograph we've actually identified as the photograph of a man called Mr. Thomas Moyo. He is the general manager of Today Destiny Logistics. He's not the person who was shot, who was the owner of Today Destiny Logistics, who was Mr. Maxwell Mlangeni. And the shooting took place on the Bethel Road south of eMalahleni, relatively close to the Optimum coal mine. And then we see at page, we see at the start of the chats that Mr. van Wyk said this guy also had an issue with George. Mr. van Wyk was asked to address those chats, and he did so at page, I've now lost my reference. He did so at page 8 of his at the foot of page 9 of his statement, paragraph 6.2, and his response on pages 9 and 10 was, the WhatsApp communication from 19 to 23 mainly relates to a photograph of a person I was informed by Mr. Matlala as Mr. Temba Moyo, who was shot. I'm also involved in the private security industry, and as such, as part of many WhatsApp groups relating to this industry, this photograph was circulated on one of them. I do not remember which one. It's for that reason I sent it on to Mr. Matlala. We emphasize the person who was shot wasn't Mr. Moyo, it was Mr. Maxwell Mlangeni, and he was described by Mr. van Wyk as Max from Today's Destiny. We would like to question further if the occasion arises.
I'm assuming you would also want to question him on what he meant by the guy also had issue with George.
Indeed, we would. Then the next set of issues on which we asked Mr. van Wyk to respond are the issues at paragraph 3.5. They were issues which we thought related to cash transactions and were reflected in WhatsApp communications between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala. The one that I would emphasize for present purposes is 3.5.2, which is a chat on the 24th of March, which is at pages 334. It starts at the foot of 334, goes on to 335.
Mr. Chairperson?
Of Evidence Bundle Volume 1.
Yeah, if I may just ask, you skipped 3.3 and 3.4 of that list of chats. Is it because it covers the topic?
It relates to the contract.
Okay, thank you. Number?
334. And if you can display it. And the picture is mainly at page 335. And there you'll see that Mr. van Wyk WhatsApps to Mr. Matlala a photograph of a bag of cash, 200 Rand notes bound up with rubber bands. His explanation for that picture is at page 16 of his statement bundle, paragraph 6.19. Where he says, the money bag contained in this photograph is cash monies that I won at a casino. And one can see from the casino bag that this is a typical casino bag. And the notes are also tied in a particular way, which is only done by casinos. I can make my records available that I have indeed won approximately 200,000 shortly before. And then he says, I never sent Mr. Matlala photographs of any monies that I won at a casino. Which, again, is odd because I think he's suggesting that this section of the WhatsApps is tampered, even though it accurately reflects a photograph of money that he won at a casino shortly before the message says it was sent. We then come to one of the more important chats, and this one requires a fair amount of contextualization because what the evidence leaders will be submitting in this regard is it is evidence of Mr. Matlala and Mr. van Wyk involved in the dealing in cocaine, The starting point is at page 378. Sorry, well, let's start. Mr. van Wyk at 3.6 of his notice was asked to address the exchange of messages on 6 April 2025 from 10:25 to 10:48. And if we go to those messages, the starting point is a video that appears at the foot of 377 and the top of page 378, and we need to play that video.
Let's talk. Mind mathathu nifike la bandaba bamina nami. So banibona isona leso. Na only 9 something. 970. One more. So yes, the total. Yeah, it's stopping.
Now, if we go back to page 378, we'll see that that video was sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. van Wyk. I should at this stage just record, although I will address it in more detail later, that Mr. van Wyk disputes receiving this video. But the chats reflect that it was sent from Mr. Matlala to Mr. van Wyk at 10:25 on the 6th of April. At 10:26, Mr. Matlala sent Mr. van Wyk a message saying, "Get me a good price." And at 10:31, Mr. Matlala, Mr. van Wyk replied with a voice note, which we will play now. You're having a problem with the voice note, it's quite important. So
we'll go in at 2:50. We'll go in at 2:50.
We've listened to it several times. It says we'll go in at 2:50.
Do we know whose voice that is?
We don't know for certain whose voice that is. We would like to ask Mr. van Wyk whose voice that is, and in particular whether it's his.
Mr. Chairperson, you say Mr. van Wyk disputes receiving that video.
Yes.
Where does he do that in his statement? Where do we find that?
He does it in his statement at page 17, paragraph 6. Where he says, once again, I received the video recording from the inquiries I made to the Commission and confirm that I never received this WhatsApp video on my cell phone.
Thank you.
But to go back to the sequence, we see back on page 378, after that voice note, at 10:36, there is an audio call from Mr. Matlala to Mr. van Wyk. And then at 10:48, Mr. van Wyk forwards to Mr. Matlala what appears to be a message sent to him by a third party. Mike, we're ready to take tomorrow afternoon, as got important engagement in the morning 1. Wednesday we can take 2 again. We understand that video to be referring that note to be a message sent to Mr. van Wyk referring to the bricks of cocaine that were being weighed out on the video. We'll get to why we say it's cocaine shortly. And Mr. van Wyk forwards that note to Mr. Matlala at 10:48, and then there is a voice call at 10:49.
Just for the record, why do you say this appears to be a forwarded message?
No, that we can show that it's a forwarded message because on the extraction report of Mr. Matlala's phone will show that that message is forwarded.
Thank you.
To understand the full chronology, one needs to look at Mr. Matlala's chats with a third party who for now will remain nameless. And those chats are reproduced from page 542. And why we knew to look at these chats is that we found the same voice note saying we'll go in at 2:50, the identical file in these chats. Those chats start earlier than the chats between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala. And they start with a call on the 6th of April, the same day, at 7:48 in the morning. Following the call, there is a deleted message at 7:49. We've established that that deleted message was the video that we see in the chats between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, and we've established that from the third party. At 7:50, there is another call. At 7:52, there is another call. Then the third party sends Mr. Matlala a screenshot of the third party's exchanges with some other people. And those exchanges start with 100% at the top, or 100 at the top at 9:07 in the morning. Then the fourth party, we shall call him or her, says, "Are you winning?" The third party says, "I'm waiting for him to come back, but he said 350K, it's too much." The fourth party says 300. At 9:25, Mr. Matlala says to the third party, "Okay, I'm also getting good price, so you can make profit." The third party sends a thank you emoji. And at 10:22, Mr. Matlala says, "How many bricks you have?" There's then a call at 10:32. But to go back to the chronology, before we get to the call at 10:32, the video to Mr. van Wyk is sent at 10:25. So after Mr. Matlala says to the third party, "How many bricks you have?" he sends the video to Mr. van Wyk at 10:25. And if we can just play that video again. There is something on that video that I want to draw attention to. Can you stop and say 10 seconds? Stop at 10 seconds. That's good. So it's evident throughout the video, but these bricks actually are branded. They say Prestige on them, and they have a crown symbol on them. And we asked the SAPS if they were aware of any narcotics that are branded in this fashion. And we received an information note from Brigadier Allen, who is the section head of chemistry in the SAPS, and that information note appears at page 752. And if we go to 752, we'll see the information note. It explains the background, and it is signed by Brigadier J. Allen, Section Head Chemistry at 758. For present purposes, we would ask the Commission to focus on the information note from paragraph 3.25. And there Brigadier Allen says, he explains that the images were sent to his department originally, through SAP's head office, having received them from the Commission and what the Commission's inquiry was. And then at 3.25 he says, following the circulation of the images in the video to all the SAP's forensic science laboratories that perform drug analysis, feedback was received that such blocks with the indicated logo or imprint as depicted in the above included image from the video have indeed been received by the forensic science laboratory. The following drug-related case lab and the lab number and Boyson's case number is noticeable. Exhibit material in this case has been received for analysis by the Forensic Science Laboratory on 21 July 2025, and the analysis process has been concluded. Over the page, 3.32, in the specific case, 2 evidence sealing bags with seal numbers the numbers are given, were received together containing 6 blocks with a total weight of about 6 kilograms, each block weighing approximately 1 kilograms. Our video showed 5 blocks, each showing approximately 1 kilogram. The blocks were tested by Forensic Science Laboratory and have tested positive for cocaine. Of the 6 blocks, 3 blocks had the Prestige imprint as in the video, and the other 3 blocks did not have the same imprint. The following are relevant images of the blocks that were received in the specific case, with the imprint clearly similar to the imprint on the blocks in the video material. Photos 3, 4, and 6. And then over the page on photo 3, one can see the block is now fragmented, but one can see the same crown symbol and the same Prestige imprint on it. And then again, there is, if one goes down to page 757 at photo 6, one sees the crown symbol and the Prestige stamp on it. So we would submit to the Commission that although this is although that may not be the case in a criminal trial, for the purposes of the Commission's conclusions, the Commission can, in the absence of any other evidence, conclude that what the video is describing is 1 kilogram bricks, 5 1 kilogram bricks of cocaine being weighed out. If we go back to the sequence, we will remember that at 10, the start of the communications between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Madlanga is at 10:25 with the video, followed by Mr. Madlanga saying, "Get me a good price," at 10:26. Then there was the voice note from Mr. van Wyk to Mr. Madlanga saying, the voice note sent by Mr. van Wyk to Mr. Madlanga saying, "We'll go in at 2:50. That was at 10:31. If we then go back to the chats with the third party, page 543, at 10:34, foot of page 543, at 10:34, Mr. Madlanga sends a screenshot to the third party of Mr. Madlanga's WhatsApps with someone who is saved on his phone as Bishop. And again, for now, Bishop will remain nameless. And what the screenshot shows is that at 9:11, Bishop sent to Mr. Madlanga a screenshot from his phone of Bishop's communications with Tando, Mario, Chino, Finest Group LDA, and someone whose symbol on Bishop's phone was a T. Then Bishop responded at 10:27 to Mr. Madlanga, or forwarded a message to Mr. Madlanga at 10:27 saying, "It's all over now, my brother. Price is very down. They don't want our prices." At 10:28, Mr. Madlanga had a voice call to Bishop. That screenshot was sent at 10:34. And immediately after that screenshot, Mr. Madlanga forwards a voice note to the third party. And if we can play that voice note.
go in at 2:50.
So he has forwarded to the third party the voice note that Mr. van Wyk sent to him a few minutes earlier saying we'll go in at 2:50. The sequence continues at 10:34 and at 10:35. There are calls between Mr. Matlala and the third party that we see at 5:45. If we go back then to page 378, we see a minute after those calls at 10:36, Mr. Matlala calls Mr. van Wyk. And at 10:48, Mr. van Wyk forwards to Mr. Matlala, Mike, we're ready to take tomorrow afternoon, has got important engagement in the morning 1, Wednesday we can take 2 again. And at 10:49, Mr. van Wyk calls Mr. Matlala. If we go back in the sequence to the third party chats at page 545, the next stage is a voice call from the third party at 11 o'clock, a voice call back from Mr. Matlala at 11:33, a message from the third party saying, we can only do 350K because my cost is 300K. The 250K worth stock, it's the cheaper one. We do have it as well, but this one, the 350K, it's 100% pure. And that is the end of the sequence. Mr. van Wyk's response, we've already touched on. It's at page 17 of his witness statement where he says, once again, I received the video recording from the inquiries I made to the Commission and confirmed that I never received this WhatsApp video on my cell phone. We do not accept that answer, and the reasons why we do not accept this answer are the following. As I have confirmed, we have tracked down the third party. We interviewed the third party, took a statement from the third party, and the third party admits that he sent the video to Mr. Matlala. He also admits that the WhatsApps that were exchanged by Mr. Matlala and him that we have taken the Commission to are authentic, and he has given us a record of the same WhatsApps on his phone. Included in those WhatsApps are the voice notes saying we'll go in at 2:50. So if Mr. van Wyk did not receive the video and send the voice note, someone else would have had to plant the video and the voice note into a WhatsApp chat between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, because we know that the video and the voice note are authentic, at least insofar as they appear on the third party's WhatsApps. Now, to plant that video into the WhatsApps of Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, we are informed, would probably be technically impossible, because the chats between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala were extracted from an image of Mr. Matlala's iPhone 16, and we are informed that it's not possible to plant a message or a media file into a WhatsApp chat record on an Apple iPhone 16 without leaving a trace that the file of the whole WhatsApps was amended at a date after the, at a later date when the planting would have taken place. But leaving aside the technical problems and the potential, what we are told is a technical impossibility, we submit that there is a factual impossibility as well. Because as we saw, well, I didn't highlight it at the time, but if we go back to the third-party chats at page 545, sorry, not 544, 542. The video that was sent by the third party was deleted for everyone by the third party. That video is what was once at the chat at 7:49:59. This message was deleted, it now says. And on WhatsApp, when you delete for everyone, that is what will remain after you have deleted for everyone.
It was deleted by the third party.
Yes.
For everybody.
Yes. And, I mean, it would be a logical thing to do at the end of your exchanges in what is, well, what appears to be a cocaine sale. The third party, of course, didn't realize that Mr. van Wyk had forwarded the message, Mr. Matlala had forwarded the video on to Mr. van Wyk, and he couldn't delete a video that Mr. Matlala had forwarded further. But for present purposes, what's significant is that there was no trace of the video on the chats between Mr. Matlala and the third party. And indeed, there is no trace of the video anywhere on the phone other than in the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. van Wyk. So if one has to postulate a notional tamperer who wants to frame Mr. van Wyk and or Mr. Matlala, they would have had no access to a video to plant, because the only place on the phone where the video appears is in the chats between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala. What the denial postulates and the thesis of a tamperer postulates is that there was this phone sitting somewhere, this video sitting somewhere on the phone, which could then have been extracted and planted in the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. van Wyk. But the only place that the video was in those chats. And the authenticity of the video is confirmed by the person who originally sent it to Mr. van Wyk, to Mr. Matlala, but who subsequently deleted it. So we know the video is real. We know that the voice note saying we will go in at 2:50 is real. And it would have been impossible for a third-party tamperer to plant that real video in the chats of Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Matlala, because that third party, that notional tamperer wouldn't have had access to the video anywhere else on the phone. There's no sign of the video anywhere else on the phone.
Besides this issue of where the video would have been taken from in order to plant it, besides that, are we going to get technical or expert evidence on the impossibility of planting?
Mr. Skelton, still on the cocaine issue, I see that the report from FSL references a Boyson's case number. We know that the Ayrton case, the Boyson's case number was 2021. This one is 2025, and it can be the inquiry relating to the loss of the 136 kgs. It's completely different.
It is completely different. It involves...
Is this another case of cocaine having been lost while in police custody, or we don't have that situation?
No.
Here?
This is the case involving some suspects, some Brazilian suspects who, on the basis of intelligence, were raided and were found in possession of cocaine.
So some of it was recovered by the police?
No, this is not. We have no way of linking the Ayrton cocaine to this cocaine.
That I get, yeah.
We're not suggesting that what is being weighed out on that scale came from Ayrton.
But what they were able to establish was that FSL has in its possession bricks of cocaine that have the similar logo as the one that was being weighed in this video that we are discussing.
Correct, yes.
Now, what's the connection between those two? The one that is at FSL and the one that we see in the video, other than the logo?
We have no connection other than the logo.
Just discussing you may have said it earlier and I may have missed it. The third party, because you're giving an account from your engagements with the third party, should we assume that there will be a statement or something from that third party?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
There is, in fact, a sworn statement from the third party.
Thank you.
Chair, we've run to 11:25. I'm not sure how you would like to structure breaks today in the absence of a witness.
Let's come back at 12 at midday. Let's adjourn and resume at midday. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Chair, we're going to move to a different set of chats now, which are the chats between Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Mkhwanazi. And that sequence starts for our purposes on page 584 of file 2. And in this, yes, the first file we're not going to return to for quite a while.
You said 582.
584.
584, thank you.
The foot of page 583, in fact. And in this file, there are a lot of exchanges on voice note, so it will have to move quite slowly through the voice notes because they're significant. If we see on page 58, the foot of 583, we see that at 11:26 p.m. on the 8th of October 2021, Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi sends to Mr. van Wyk a letter from Ekurhuleni reflecting a meeting to be held on the 12th of October. And the meeting is, according to the letter, is said to be a proposed meeting with Medicross. Mr. van Wyk responds to that WhatsApp on page 585 the next morning. It looks like it's at 5 a.m. or 4:59 a.m., but remember these times are 2 hours out, so it's actually 6:59. He sends a voice note, and can we just play that voice note? Sorry, before we get to the voice note, if we can see underneath the letter calling for a meeting, Mr. Mkhwanazi has said, "Good morning, we're visiting your offices on 12 October, we are winning." And he says, "with the chief." And the chief is going to be a reference to Chief Mapiyea, who at that stage is believed to be someone whose approval is going to be necessary for what Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Mkhwanazi are planning. The voice note sent back by Mr. van Wyk is sent at 6:59, message time 4:59, and it's
So we don't only just respond to medical emergencies, we can respond to riots, anything. We're on the scene if something happens. We can help with crime combating, drug bust, because we know.
Sorry, Chair, the volume only came on halfway through, so we're going back to the beginning.
Yes, it's not Medicross, it's Medicare24. So letter's wrong. Do you think we're going to win with him? Because I don't know if we're going to win with him if he will allow us what we want to do. Remember, our aim is to be a specialized unit for you guys, to work with you guys. So we don't only just respond to medical emergencies, we can respond to riots, anything. We're on the scene if something happens. We can help with crime combating, drug bust, because we know all the drugs, a lot of stuff we want to do. So
yeah, I just hope we win with him.
So Mr. van Wyk is talking about setting up a specialized unit that will not just be medical response, it will also be crime, security, drug busts.
You don't have the exact wording somewhere there. I had,
we haven't transcribed these voice notes. Hopefully they'll come out in the transcription accurately.
Yes.
We can get them transcribed.
No. So as not to. Maybe we should just go ahead. I just had difficulty following everything. Maybe it's just me.
On a lot of.
Maybe when the transcript comes out, we should just check if they have been able to capture everything.
Yes, we certainly will.
Thank you.
And Chair, for a lot of these voice notes, what we've found is that it sometimes helps to play them twice, because you hear the voice note once, and then when you know what it's about, when you hear it the second time. So certainly for the longer ones.
Yes.
So can I suggest that we replay that?
Please.
Because it is quite an important introductory note.
Thank you.
Mr. Askelson, can you just confirm the green bar, we can see that it's Mr. van Wyk, Mike. The white bar, have we confirmed that it is Mr. Mkhwanazi?
We have, yes.
Julius, it's not Medicross, it's Medicare24. So letter's wrong. Do you think we're going to win with him? Because I don't know if we're going to win with him if he will allow us what we want to do. Remember, our aim is to be a specialized unit for you guys, to work with you guys. So we don't only just respond to medical emergencies, we can respond to riots, anything. We're on the scene if something happens, we can help with crime combating, drug busts, because we know all the drugs. A lot of stuff we want to do. So, yeah, I just hope we win with him.
So if there are three things that I took from that voice note, the first was that the letter was addressed to the wrong company. It should be Medicare, not Medicross. The second is there was a concern about whether we were going to win with him, which is Chief Mapieya. And the third was that what Mr. van Wyk had in mind was much broader than medical response. It was a specialized unit that was going to be dealing, in addition to medical, with crime response, drug busts. Mr. Mkhwanazi responds immediately in the next chat, which has the message time 5:03, which is 7:03. And if we can play that.
I agree with you. Good morning. I agree with you 100%. But for now, let us formalize with him, just to meet with him, so that he may feel that he's part of the process. But with him, we are not going to disclose everything. We'll discuss when I'm there. I'll be around you around 9:30 to 10 o'clock.
So Mr. Mkhwanazi is expressing agreement and saying we need to make Chief Mapieya feel like he's part of the process, but we won't disclose everything to him now. The next stage in this process starts at the foot of page 585, where we see a screenshot is sent by Mr. Mkhwanazi to Mr. van Wyk at message time 6:05 on the 12th of October, and it's a screenshot of his exchanges with Chief Mapieya, and at the foot of the screenshot, towards the bottom of...
Are you skipping the other, I don't know if it's a voice note, are you skipping that one deliberately?
Yes, to sort of simplify the narrative, I've edited out. There's a lot that is more of the same, but in the interests of speeding up the process, I'm just pulling out highlights. Of course, I mean, Mr. van Wyk will see the transcript of today's session, and if he's of the view that there were important pieces that I missed and that cast a different light on things, he'll draw that to our attention. So at the foot of that screenshot, Mr. Mkhwanazi, who is green, says to Chief Mappier, "Good morning, Chief. At what time can we confirm our meeting today at Boksburg? We've only confirmed a day, but not times. That's the meeting with Medicross." And the response is, "I will come back to you, just waiting for Liesel." And underneath the screenshot, Mr. Mkhwanazi has said, "Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I'm waiting for him to confirm the times." That was on the 12th of October. 2 days later, Mr. Mkhwanazi forwards to Mr. van Wyk a message that someone within EMPD has sent to him saying, "Afternoon, Director, please check your email. I've sent the first draft for the MOU between Medicare24 and EMPD." So there's now work underway on an MOU. And in fact, the draft MOU that ultimately materializes is in the bundle at page 806. And there are several points that I would make in relation to this draft MOU. The first is, it's a highly advanced draft which is already signed by Mr. Mkhwanazi, which we see at page 811. So he has signed to say he supports this MOU. The second point I'd make about the MOU is that this MOU is drafted as an MOU between EMPD and Medicare24, not Medicare24 Tshwane. It's Medicare24 stroke Anubis Protection Services, and Anubis, you'll recall, was the security company associated with Mr. van Wyk. So this is going to be the MOU with Mr. van Wyk's entities, and there is a separate MOU that's been drafted for Mr. Matlala's entities. We see that at page 813, where there is a draft MOU for CAT VIP, and at 814, there is also Mr. Mkhwanazi's signature on that one.
But Mr. Chaskalson, the one on 806, without mentioning whether it is Holdings or Tshwane, can a third party tell which Medicare24 this is?
A third party can't, but it is represented by Mr. van Wyk. Whereas if we look at 814, we see that the CAT VIP draft is represented by Mr. Matlala. It looks like there are two separate MOUs, one for Mr. Matlala's entities, one for Mr. van Wyk's. But again, I mean, I accept that I may be wrong in this regard, but Mr. van Wyk can set us straight. The important issue in relation to the content of the Medicare24 MOU is if we go to 810, we are looking again at an MOU that will go beyond medical care support. So in paragraph 4 at 810, we see Medicare24 stroke Anubis Protection Services can assist when needed. All members are registered with PSERA and are issued firearms through our VIP protection unit that are owned by Medicare24 Holdings. And the other key issue that will become important is the last bullet point of this draft of page 811, which says EMPD will assist with the registration of vehicles under EMPD as official vehicles, and we will be permitted to use blue and red lights to respond for and on behalf of EMPD. The cost of this will be for Medicare24/Anubis. So what we see in these MOUs is what's going to loom, or what has already loomed large in the proceedings of the Commission. It's this process by which a private company is trying to put itself in a position to get blue lights and be part of the have access to vehicles which are part of the EMPD fleet. And a second process which hasn't fully been explored before the Commission yet, which is the attempt to set up some sort of specialized unit into which Mr. Matlala's entities and Mr. van Wyk's entities will be able to participate, which will go beyond healthcare. It will involve security services performed somehow in the name of EMPD or in association with EMPD. If we then go back to page 588, on the 21st of October, we see shortly after midnight a message from Mr. van Wyk saying, from Mr. Mkhwanazi, message time 0034, so actual time would be 2 in the morning. Good morning, Mike. We've been working on the document MOU. I've sent it to you to peruse it. I may come with Jermaine so that you touch on issues you think must be included, so we proceed with it and other matters to be finalized. And then given the hour, Mr. Mkhwanazi says permission to sleep. 2 pages down on 590, on the 8th of November, Mr. van Wyk sends to Mr. Mkhwanazi at message time 8:35, top of the page, a mock-up of a card that represents something of a joint venture between Anubis Protection, which is the security company, and EMPD. And it says high-risk close protection, specialized services for inquiries refer to EMPD Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi. So he is preparing cards that his members of this planned specialized unit will be able to hand out, and the contact point for anyone who wants to query them is Director Mkhwanazi. And he follows that message saying, do you think we can do this so long? Mr. Mkhwanazi says, please guide me, and he responds with a voice note, which we must now play, which is the voice note at message time 8:37.
Morning, how are you doing? Hope you had a lucky weekend. Yeah, just trying to get everything in place now and done, and if we can get somewhere. So this is cards that I see some of the metros are using for people that has a little bit of authority, but we need a letter still to authorize us to use it. Doesn't make us traffic officers. It just says that we work in conjunction with EMPD. I don't know, if you just want to put your mind maybe around it.
So Mr. van Wyk is referring to the cards, and he's saying we also need a letter. And that letter is going to be a letter from the EMPD saying that these private people are working in association with the EMPD. If we go down to 596, we now start moving towards blue lights as part of this process. And it's the 26th of November, and at 16:52 message time, Mr. van Wyk messages Mr. Mkhwanazi, and if we can play that message.
Hi, Julia. Sorry to bother you. I need to know something. I bought myself a new bakkie because my other bakkie is done now. So they are branding it for me and everything. Would I be able to put blue and red lights in? It will only be ready on Friday, but I don't want to drive with something and then I get arrested for impersonating a police officer. And then I need to register just on a fleet, and then just tell me the signs. Can we put EMPD at the back of the bakkie? Will you find out for me, please? I'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can we just play that again? Because again, it's an important note.
Hi, Julia. Sorry to bother you. I need to know something. I bought myself a new bakkie because my other bakkie is done now. So they are branding it for me and everything. Would I be able to put blue and red lights in? It will only be ready on Friday, but I don't want to drive with something and then I get arrested for impersonating a police officer. And then I need to register just on a fleet, and then just tell me the signs. Can we put EMPD at the back of the bakkie? Will you find out for me, please? I'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
So again, there are three key points here. Mr. van Wyk wants to know if he will be entitled to put blue and red lights on his new bakkie. Now, the red lights are neither here nor there, because if it's for an emergency services vehicle, you're entitled to display red lights. And Medicare24 was a registered emergency care provider. But the blue lights, you need some sort of police authority for. And he's saying to Mr. Mkhwanazi, can I put blue lights on? He's also talking about needing to sort something out with the fleet, which we understand to be having the vehicle registered on the EMPD fleet, which in turn will then justify the blue lights. And lastly, he wants to know if he can put EMPD branding on the vehicle. And bear in mind, this is his own bakkie that he has just purchased. The following day, page 597 at message time 17:32, he sends a follow-up voice note.
No, thanks, Julius. I'll appreciate it, because my partner is a little bit stressed that if they pull him over, my business partner, the one that's paying us. So he's hectic about the fleet story. But I hope you enjoy now your honeymoon this weekend, and that you guys have fun and enjoy Cape Town and drink a lot of wine. And then when you're back, you can make a turn so we can chat a little bit.
Mr. van Wyk is again coming back in relation to authority for the blue lights, because his business partner, and this is not Mr. Matlala, this is somebody else, his business partner is anxious about driving around in a vehicle that might get him arrested. The process continues, and then still on page 597, on the 1st of December, Mr. Mkhwanazi sends a voice note at 14:26.
Mike, I've already instructed my team to deal with the policy. on what will be discussed on Friday?
So Mr. Mkhwanazi is saying, my team has been instructed to deal with the policy, and we understand that policy to be related to the issue of outsiders to the EMPD having their cars registered on the EMPD fleet and having blue lights.
Can I just check this? In that voice note where Mr. van Wyk says that my partner is conscientious that he doesn't drive and get arrested, and you say it's not Mr. Matala, the partner that he's referring to.
Again, Mr. van Wyk will clarify this, but I don't understand that to be Mr. Matlala. I think in the context of what we see elsewhere in the chats, and indeed in an interview that Mr. Mr. van Wyk gave to ENCA, he was talking about a business partner in Medicare24 Holdings, and possibly in Anubis, a man who later passed away shortly, well, not shortly thereafter, but at a later stage. It's not Mr. Matlala.
Okay, all right. No, I ask because I think how this was treated when Mkhwanazi, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, Commissioner Mkhwanazi testified. It may have been discussed with him on the basis that it is a reference to Mr. Matlala, the one who's paying us. And I think it was discussed in that way, and I just wanted to check whether you say it as a fact that it's not Mr. Matlala.
I can't say, again, it's something that Mr. van Wyk can clarify. I believe it isn't Mr. Matlala, and certainly in the ENCA interview, which is a later exhibit as well, yes. Mr. van Wyk describes the person as not being Mr. Matlala, being somebody else.
Okay, thank you.
And I think for the record, it was put to Commissioner Mkhwanazi that it is Mr. Matlala, but he denied that it was Mr. Matlala and said he's a business partner. He was even prepared to write a note to us. So
we will clarify it. When we didn't have access to the full chat when Commissioner Mkhwanazi was being questioned on these issues.
But the clip was played, and he was asked on the very clip. So.
Yes, at that stage we had a selection of clips. We didn't have the full chat. I think in the context of the full chat, certainly I draw the inference that it's not Mr. Matlala. But again, Mr. van Wyk knows who he was speaking about, and if it was if it was Mr. Matlala, he can say so. If it was a different business partner, he can say so. Now, there is a related process that runs through these chats. We're linked to the establishment of this specialized unit. Mr. van Wyk is, and Commissioner Mkhwanazi are floating the idea of establishing a reserve force for the EMPD, which would then involve private individuals who are not EMPD employees being engaged by the EMPD in some sort of capacity, just like police reservists engage with the SAPS, although they are not SAPS members. And we had planned to, there were a couple of presentations that were put together by Mr. van Wyk and that appear in YouTube clips that are linked in these chats. Up until about 4 or 5 days ago, the links still worked, but they've been taken down now. And I assume Mr. van Wyk has access to the original clips that were put onto YouTube, and we can get them in due course, I have no doubt. But until I was preparing yesterday, I didn't realize that the links no longer worked. If you go to YouTube, You just get a page that says this video is no longer available. But what appears from those videos is a very developed proposal for the establishment of a EMPD reserve force, like the reserves that SAPS has. And the first sign that we have of that as an idea growing out of the special force idea appears at that message on the 2nd of December 2021 at the footer page 597 spilling over onto 598, where Commissioner Mkhwanazi says, "Good morning, Mike. We're starting with the project of reserve formation." And Mr. van Wyk responds, "Please contact me so I know where we stand, and hopefully I'll be in charge of the reserves, LOL." Two days later, Mr. van Wyk sends that mock-up on page 600, sends that mock-up of the specialized services JV between Anubis and EMPD through to Commissioner Mkhwanazi again. And in response to that, Commissioner Mkhwanazi sends him a message saying, "Good morning, Mike. Kindly prepare Twabe. Twabe will be coming to finalize the issue of appointment cards today. I've already given him a clue. We'll be meeting with our fleet guy this morning so we get directions since the cars have increased and finalized." So what this is straddling is...
I noticed that these are not being flighted.
Up at the top is the mock-up of the business card, and then the message from Commissioner Mkhwanazi. "Good morning, Mike. Kindly prepare. Twabe will be coming to finalize the issue of appointment cards today. I've already given him a clue, and we'll be meeting with our fleet guy this morning so we get directions since the cars have increased and finalized." And there are several issues here. The one is that to arrange blue lights, the vehicles have to be put onto the EMPD fleet. So Commissioner Mkhwanazi seems to be saying, "I'm meeting our fleet guy this morning, so we get the directions since the cars have increased and finalized." In other words, there are now more cars that need to be put onto the fleet, and once we finalize that, it will be possible to get blue lights authorized. But separately from that, there is an issue of wanting official appointment cards as officers with some sort of authority, some sort of policing authority. And the message from Commissioner Mkhwanazi is to say, "Twabe will be coming to finalize the issue of appointment cards today. I've given him a clue." Mr. van Wyk responds to that message, "What must I tell him so that we are on the same page?" And the response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi is interesting. He says, "Yes, the appointment shouldn't specify the demarcation, and we need it as soon as yesterday. I'll also call and remind him again after 8:30 on the issue of adding members to appointment cards." So what Commissioner Mkhwanazi is saying is these cards that will be issued to you, that will qualify you to have some, or that will represent you as having some policing authority, shouldn't specify the demarcation. In other words, they shouldn't say EMPD. They should just say something about your status. They need it as soon as yesterday, so it's urgent. And the issue of adding members to appointment cards, you need to speak to him about what happens when you need new people to get cards. And Mr. van Wyk says, "Cool." Now we get to something which, in our view, looks like a bribe that is paid by Mr. van Wyk to Commissioner Mkhwanazi in respect of these appointment cards and the authorization of blue lights. And if we go to the foot of page 600, top of 601, Mr. van Wyk sends 2 messages on the 6th of December to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. The first says, the amount we spoke about is APPT, and then he says approved. So the amount we spoke about is approved. Now, in context, we believe that what's being talked about there is an amount of money. But we accept we may be wrong, and Mr. van Wyk is always able to correct us if we are wrong. There is then an interlude in the chat when Commissioner Mkhwanazi sends a series of photographs about a competitor to Medicare24 that appears to be transporting live ostriches in an ambulance. Sorry. Mr. van Wyk, at the foot of 603, gives his response. And if we go down...
Sorry, Mr. Shaskalson. I waited a little bit and I thought there would be more clarity on what you believe is a bribe. Can you clarify?
No, we're going to get to that. We're certainly going to get to that.
All right.
So at the foot of 603, and it's quite a long sequence, which is why I had to start there, but it runs through all the way to 13 December. So 9 December at the foot of 603. There is a voice note sent by Mr. van Wyk at 1300 hours.
And whilst you are looking, I think these are emus, not ostriches.
I don't claim any zoological expertise, Chair.
Yes. Do we know what's going on? Is there any answers maybe on that other story? Yes. Do we know what's going on? Is there any answers maybe on that other story?
So Mr. van Wyk is asking Commissioner Mkhwanazi, are there any answers on that other story? His response is, on top of 604, good afternoon, my brother. I'm finishing this project this afternoon, but I pushed. We'll brief. It's been a busy week. Cool, thanks, says Mr. van Wyk. Just have hectic pressure on me. And then things come to a head on the 13th of December. At page 604, well, even before we get to 604, to 13 December, if we look at 10 December 747, Mr. Mkhwanazi forwards to Commissioner Mkhwanazi forwards to Mr. van Wyk a message saying, good morning, madam. Yes, but how far are we? I spoke to Mike. We are under pressure, all of us. So clearly there is something urgent awaiting that they both need to do or to get done. And then on the 13th of December, Mr. van Wyk sends this voice message to Commissioner Mkhwanazi at 9:45.
Hey Julius, morning. I hope you had a good weekend. I'll see if I'm going to have a good week, all depending on what you're going to answer me. Where are we standing, my friend? I need to know, please, please, please. I mean, you want to do Christmas shopping. I need to make sure my boss is not in jail for blue lights. So can you please, please just see what we can do?
So Mr. van Wyk is saying, I need to know where we stand. You need to do Christmas shopping. And we're going to suggest that what that is saying is you need to get money to do Christmas shopping. I need to know that my boss is not going to be arrested for blue lights. In other words, I need blue lights to be authorized. What then happens is at 15 minutes, 20 minutes later, at message time 4 minutes past 10, he sends a follow-up voice note.
Julius, just please answer your video call. I want to show you something.
So he's asking Commissioner Mkhwanazi to pick up a video call because he wants to show something to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. The response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi is to send him a PIN and to say on the following page at 6:05, "Hi Mike, I'm at the Arrive Alive podium, I will call you now." In other words, I can't take a video call now, I'm at the Arrive Alive podium. Mr. van Wyk says, okay. And then on page 606, he says, can I send you something, but you need to delete after? And Commissioner Mkhwanazi says, sure. And then he sends him a video that we've seen already, which is the video at 10:51.
Hey Julius, I hope you have a warm day like we have here. You know, it's warm. This fan of mine. Hey Julius, I hope you have a warm day like we have here. You know, it's warm. This fan of mine's not working so lekker. I don't know if it's because it's hard. I'm not sure what it's doing. Anyway, I have another one here. Let me put this one here and try this one. Oh, it's also hard. I'm going to spend this fucking money now. Please tell me where we're going. Have a lucky day.
The response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi to that video is at the foot of 607, going over to 608, 13 December, he says, we'll push tomorrow, well motivated. And how we understand those messages is he will push to get the blue lights sorted out tomorrow, and Mr. van Wyk has motivated his case very well with the video.
It could be casino winnings, Mr. Chaskels. That money could be casino winnings.
It could indeed.
It's in rubber bands.
It could indeed. But if it was casino winnings, we suggest it was being offered as something which Commissioner Mkhwanazi could use for his Christmas shopping. The process then continues, and at 6:09, On the 15th of December, Mr. van Wyk sends a photograph of what is actually the CAT security address. He follows that up at 60910 with a pin to that address, and he explains at the foot of 610 that it's floor 8 CAT security. And he says 7 a.m. Mr. Mkhwanazi confirms, Commissioner Mkhwanazi confirms, and we're talking at this stage about processes to finalize two separate issues. The one is the organization of the vehicles so that they will appear on the EMPD fleet and be able to use blue lights. And the second is these appointment cards that will give the appearance that the holders have some sort of policing power. There is an issue in relation to the appointment cards which relates to criminal records, because the process of issuing cards to law enforcement authorities involves some sort of criminal record check. And we see that manifesting at the footer page 610 and 611. They've just confirmed the meeting at CAT Securities offices. And then at the top of 611, Mr. van Wyk says, who is the, and it should read to with the records. Commissioner Mkhwanazi responds, I'm lost. Mr. van Wyk says, who is the criminal records? And then he sends a voice note to amplify. And if we can play that voice note. 667. Sorry, I've jumped. I've jumped ahead of myself there. Mr. van Wyk responds to the query about criminal records and says, Trinity spoke about two people, the tough guy and the black one guy. Let me confirm with her in the morning, Mike. He says, please, I'll appreciate it. And then he sends the voice note.
Just maybe can't just ask her quickly who it is. I know Vissy sorted these problems out, but we might need to look at how we're going to pass that or go around that one. And then the white people, I just can't put my, who can that be? Because I've checked all the guys and the criminal checks on them as well. Just maybe can't just ask her quickly who it is. I know Vissy sorted these problems out, but we might need to look at how we're going to.
So if we just go slowly through it, he says, can you ask her to check who it is? Because two people who are earmarked for cards have been flagged with criminal records. He says, I know that Vusi sorted out his problem. And Vusi is a reference to Mr. Matlala. And we're inferring that the problem that Mr. Matlala had was that he had been convicted of housebreaking and sentenced to 4 years imprisonment in 2001. Which meant that he should have a criminal record, and that if he sorted out that problem, it was sorted out illegally, because if you are sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine, you cannot have your record expunged. But he then asks to identify who the other, he's assuming it's not Mr. Matlala, it's two other people, and he's asking for Mr. van Wyk to get them identified.
Pass that or go around that one. And then the white people, I just can't put my, who can that be? Because I've checked all the guys and the criminal checks on them as well.
So he doesn't know who it could be who has come up with a criminal record. What then happens is on the 16th of December, at page 612 is Commissioner Mkhwanazi sends Mr. van Wyk a letter which is going to confirm the existence of some sort of joint venture arrangement with between Medicare24 and Anubis with EMPD. And the letter appears at page 612, and it's dated 16 October, seems to be backdated, and it says, this letter serves to confirm that the EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship with Medicare24 Pty Limited and Anubis to assist EMPD officers in any security and medical emergency services, including the COVID-19 pandemic in and out of the city of Ekurhuleni. These are the following vehicles that we work with, and there are 3 vehicles that are listed there, and these will be vehicles which in due course are fitted with blue lights. And their registration numbers are given, but it's not just their registration numbers, they're register numbers, which are numbers on the EMPD fleet register, are also put there. Mr. van Wyk responds to that message on 613, and he says, please keep the rest the same as it's right with Medicare24. And just to Commissioner Khumalo's point earlier, Medicare24 without Tshwane district is right, according to Mr. van Wyk on this letter. Please just change and add the following for Anubis. Anubis Protection Services, so he wants the proper name of Anubis to be there. And then he says VIP Protection and Security, and as he'll explain in his next message, he wants the letter to say that we don't just provide medical services, the partnership extends to VIP Protection and Security Services too. Commissioner Mkhwanazi responds, Anubis is added here, please, unless we want it separate. And then Mr. van Wyk spells out what he wants. He says, this is what it must say. This letter serves to confirm that the EMPD, under the command of Acting Deputy Municipal Commissioner Brigadier J.D. Mkhwanazi of Specialized Services, has an endless working relationship and memorandum of understanding with Medicare24 Pty Limited and Anubis Protection Services to assist EMPD officers in any VIP protection, security, and medical emergency services, including the COVID-19 pandemic in and out of the city of Ekurhuleni. So he wants this letter to reflect the new, I forget what they called it, specialized service that was being planned. Commissioner Mkhwanazi responds, fully agree, my brother, content is super. And then on the 16th, he says, everyone currently has appointments, says Mr. van Wyk, and he says there's no training needed at this point of time. Lower down on the 16th at 12:13, he says, appreciate if you can make those changes and send through. There are 2 different conversations that are being spliced through. So there's still a concern about 2 guys, and presumably that's going to be the 2 guys with police records. Mr. van Wyk responds to that at the top of 614. He says, not needed at this point of time as they don't drive vehicles. So we don't need appointment cards for those 2. They're not going to be driving vehicles, and everything seems to be in order. At the foot of page 615, still on the 16th of December, going over to 616. Sorry, before we before we get to the foot of page 615, what we see on the main body of 615 is that Mr. van Wyk sends through a SAPS clearance certificate certifying that Mr. Madlanga has no criminal convictions. Now, this document, it seems to us, could not lawfully have been issued because he did have a criminal conviction for housebreaking in 2001, and that was not a conviction that was capable of being expunged.
But the document itself is authentic.
That we haven't checked. We can consult.
Because if it's authentic, the issue you raised does. If it's not authentic, the issue you raised does not arise. So if it's a fraudulent document produced by Mr. van Wyk and Ms. Madlanga, and SAPS has nothing to do with it, then the issue of whether it could be lawfully issued or not falls away.
I take your point, and we will follow that up. We have the identity of the person who purports to have signed it. Immediately below that certificate, Commissioner Mkhwanazi says, I will send the correct document when I'm home. And that's a reference back to the corrected letter, which will now have the proper name of Anubis Protection Services and will extend the description of the work that is done together with the MPD to include security services and VIP protection. Then, on the 17th of December, at message time 4:57, Commissioner Mkhwanazi says, I'm still waiting for a response from the National Commissioner. I think he's on holiday. He usually responds fast like you. And it seems that there was some permission that was sought from the National Commissioner. But at 6:24 on the 17th of December, he says, I'm sending. Mr. van Wyk says, thanks, I'll check, and he sends his email. And then at message time 6:55 on page 617, Mr. van Wyk sends a voice note.
Hi, Julius, I received your email, but it's not signed. Can we just make sure it's signed, please? I can't use that letter if it's not signed.
So he's complaining that the letter that has come through is unsigned. He needs a signed letter. It's presumably the letter in the reframed terms that will describe Anubis correctly and refer to the expanded services. Commissioner Mkhwanazi responds by a voice note at 7:04.
Don't worry. When I'm coming to you, I'll sign it. I will sign it from you. I'm aware. Thank you, my brother.
And he says, I'll come and sign it in person at your place. Then at 7:37, Mr. van Wyk sends a voice note back saying, essentially saying, can you send the similar letter for Mr. Madlanga so that you sign both when you come to me? But we'll play that voice note.
Triple B, don't you want to... sorry, Julius. Don't you want to send me Vushi's letter as well, so I can print it as well, and you can sign that, and I'll see you now.
So he's asking for the letter for Mr. Madlanga's entities to be produced at the same time, and then both will be signed together. Going down to page 621 at the top of the page. Commissioner Mkhwanazi sends a message. Good day, my brother. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we're making appointment cards. Please be at Kempton Park. So these cards that will describe the holders as exercising some police powers are now finally going to be produced. It seems that notwithstanding that promise, the cards weren't produced on the 20th of December, and because of delays due to the time of year, the process gets picked up again in January. So at 6:31, on the 14th of January at message time 6:17, Commissioner Mkhwanazi messages, "Hi, my brother. I'm available at any time. The card guy is waiting for our call. Let's make it Monday." Chair, I see we've reached 1 o'clock. My guess is that this total process won't take more than another hour. I don't know how you would like us to proceed, whether we should take a break now or...
Let's take the lunch break now and come back at 2. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Chair, we'd reached page 631, and we were on 14 January, where there was a message saying from Commissioner Mkhwanazi, "Hi, my brother, I'm available at any time. The card guy is waiting for our call. Let's make Monday." There then a series of exchanges which we will the immediate response, which is on the 19th of January, is a voice note which we'll play now. It's 5782.
Hi, Julius, Mike here. Can we please see if we can confirm tomorrow morning quickly, just for the appointment cards early, please? I'll appreciate it.
So Mr. van Wyk is asking for confirmation of the meeting tomorrow for the appointment cards. If we then go down to page 639, at the top of 639, it's now the 25th of January, and cards have been issued, and Mr. van Wyk is now going to ask for confirmation that they've been loaded onto the law enforcement system. That's the voice note at 096. Sorry, the voice note at 6 a.m. Turns out we don't have this voice note available, but the response from Commissioner Mkhwanazi speaks to it anyway. He responds to that voice note: "Hi, Mike, you're loaded on a system. You're just not in as employees, but are finalizing today with the national chief for other national objectives." So the message is you're loaded on a system, and we are finalizing the details today with the national chief. If we go all the way down to 14 February, this process finally seems to, or almost finish it.
Sorry, is the national chief the national commissioner?
I would think it would be the national commissioner.
All right. Thank you.
Certainly earlier in the conversations, there's a reference to speaking to the national commissioner, who usually responds quickly, says Commissioner Mkhwanazi. Then at the foot of 644, we see on the 14th of February a screenshot sent by Commissioner Mkhwanazi of his chats with an employee, Olani Mkhwanazi. And if we go down, and this screenshot is being sent to Mr. van Wyk, and Commissioner Mkhwanazi is saying, "Bafo, can Mike collect the cards tomorrow? Eta, we're willing to fetch it even this afternoon." The response comes back, "Sorry for late response, Bafo, anytime, Bafo. Let's make tomorrow at 10 a.m. And underneath that, "Good afternoon, Mike. Let's make tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And we infer from that that at 10 a.m. on the 15th of February, these cards were finally collected by Mr. van Wyk. There is one last detail in relation to the cards, which is on the 1st of March. We see at page 666. There is a voice note sent by Mr. van Wyk at 0702, which is actually 9:02 in the morning. If we can play that.
Morning, Julius. Hope you had a good evening. Just want to check what's happening with the national appointments as well. What's going on there, that side? Do we need to do this first before that happens? Where are we doing that?
And so on the 1st of March, Mr. van Wyk was still concerned about national appointments. The response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi in the next message at 7:22 message time on the 1st of March is, "Good morning, Mike. I was speaking with Kwabe yesterday. We are meeting this week." And we don't pick up anything further in the chats relating to these appointments. But what the chats do show in our submission is a process stretching over several months, in terms of which Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Madlanga were able to acquire some form of appointment that would reflect their status as having certain law enforcement, some kind of law enforcement status, and with that, blue lights for their vehicles. And that to get to that process, there appears to have been a fairly substantial cash bribe, at least offered to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. There is more in the chats that we will come back to between Commissioner Mkhwanazi and Mr. van Wyk. But before we leave the topic of these appointments and the blue lights and the vehicles, I want to take us to certain chats between Mr. Madlanga and Mr. van Wyk that appear to be irrelevant in that regard. And for this, I need to go back to file 1. And if we can go to page 239 of file 1. And the context for the chats that I'm going to take the Commission to now is twofold. The first is the context that we've just been looking at, that there has been a process by which Mr. Madlanga and Mr. van Wyk have acquired a status which has enabled them to have blue lights fitted to some of their vehicles. The second is that by March 2025, where we pick up this process, both Mr. Madlanga and Mr. van Wyk appear to be in financial difficulties. And that in part has to do with problems which we've seen elsewhere in securing payment on the SAPS contract. Now, on page 239, there is a chat that is sent by Mr. Madlanga to Mr. van Wyk on the 6th of March at 19:50. And Mr. Madlanga sends a chat saying, Ntokozo Motsumi, 7 Viscount Road, Bedford View, 2008. Vaswimi Security and Protection. And the background to that chat is a chat between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Stephen Motsumi that starts, sorry, just to get the chronology again, those messages get sent to Mr. van Wyk at 1950 on the 6th of the 3rd. If we go to page 867, at the foot of 867, you see there are a series of calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Motsumi, and at the end of that, at 1924 on the 6th of March, Mr. Matlala says, please send me the address and the name of the person in charge of your company. My CEO needs to prepare the letter first thing in the morning. Over the page, Mr. Motsumi says, oh, sorry, let me do it now. And then he gives the name of Ntokozo Motsumi, 7 Viscount Road, Bedford View, 2008. And that is the message that is then forwarded to Mr. van Wyk at 1950 on page 239. Now, the significance of that message emerges a little later, and if we go to page 244, we see that on the 7th, that's the following day, at 1354, Mr. Matlala messages Mr. van Wyk saying, you forgot the old man's letter. There are then a series of calls, and at the foot of page 244, going over to 245, Mr. van Wyk forwards a document which has the file name 0703-2025 MVW EMS vehicles. That document that is forwarded appears at page 854. And what that letter says is it's a to whom it may concern letter. It's from Mr. van Wyk. And it says, with this letter, I, Mike van Wyk, in my position as CEO of Medicare24 Tshwane District, Pty Limited, advise that Ntokozo Motsumi from the below organization has our permission and mandate to register and operate all our emergency response vehicles throughout South Africa, and the company and address of Mr. Ntokozo Motsumi is given as Vaswimi Security and Protection. Should you have any questions with regard to this mandate, please feel free to contact us. Now, what this letter is doing is essentially making the fleet of Medicare24 Tshwane district available to Bazwimi Security and Protection for use. We need to find out from Mr. van Wyk if that fleet is the fleet with blue lights on it, because one of the attractions of that fleet to anyone involved in security would appear to be the fact that, well, may well be the fact that it has blue lights. The broader context for why Medicare24 is giving access to its vehicles to Mr. Motsumi's company appears again in the chats. And there we see that on page 444, which is file 2.
Mr. Chaskalson, before we go there, you see this letter is the reason why earlier this morning I was confused, because everything that Ms. van Wyk was doing with Mkhwanazi, with Commissioner Mkhwanazi in relation to the issue of vehicles, it wasn't clear to me whether it was for holdings or for Tshwane, 24 Tshwane PTO Ltd. Now looking at this letter, I'm even more confused.
No, I take your point. I think, I mean, this is a question on which we will seek clarity from Mr. van Wyk. But part of the answer may well lie in the chronology, because the negotiations at the beginning were taking place in 2001, 2002. What's happening now is 2005, 3 years later. And the arrangements in relation to the franchise agreement may well have evolved over those 3 years. But the short answer is I cannot answer that question to you. The earlier negotiations were definitely in two parts. There were certain letters that were going to be signed for Mr. van Wyk and his entities. Anubis, for instance, has nothing to do with Mr. Matlala, to the best of our knowledge. There were others for Mr. Matlala. What has happened by the time we get to 2025, we're not sure. But what does happen in in April 2025, is that a loan agreement is concluded between Mr. Motsumi and Medicare24. That document is sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. van Wyk on the 23rd of April, 1624, and we see that at page 444.
According to this, it's Tshwane, Medicare Tshwane.
Indeed. No, this is definitely Medicare Tshwane, because this is the company that is engaged in the SAPS contract and is in financial difficulties. Yes. The earlier issue is whether that company has access to blue lights or not in 2025. That loan agreement in draft form appears at page 850. And the terms of that loan are that Mr. Motsumi is going to advance 20 million rands to Medicare24 Tshwane on or before 27 April 2025. And the repayments we see in paragraph 3.1 are going to be in monthly installments paid to the lender via electronic banking transfers calculated at 20% of the monthly net profit of Medicare24 Tshwane district. The lender shall be entitled to such repayments until July 2027, alternatively until such time as the lender has received the sum of 100 million rands in profit, whichever comes first. So this is a variation on the agreement that Mr. Karim told us he had with Medicare, where the terms of repayment are structured in accordance with the financial well-being of Medicare24. So it's somewhere between a loan and an equity investment in the company. If we see what happens further in relation to that draft, if we go to 873, we see that draft is forwarded to Mr. Motsumi at 1924 on the same day as it was forwarded to Mr. van Wyk. So it was forwarded at 1624 to Mr. van Wyk. Sorry, it wasn't forwarded at 1624 to Mr. van Wyk. It came from Mr. van Wyk to Mr. Matlala at 1624. That's page 443. And it's forwarded by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Motsumi at 1924. And later, the same day, on the, sorry, not the same day, on the 25th of April, if we go down to page 874, Mr. Matlala says, I'm sending acknowledgement of debt from chairperson of the board soon. And at 1625, he sends an acknowledgement of debt. And that exchange with Mr. Motsumi is reproduced in a screenshot that Mr. Matlala sends to Mr. van Wyk at pages 455 and 456. And at the screenshot is sent at same day 1405, where the message, I'm sending acknowledgement of debt from chairperson of the board soon, that was sent at 1404 to Mr. Motsumi, appears at the bottom of the screenshot. Mr. van Wyk says he is confused. There's then a call, and then the acknowledgement of debt is sent by Mr. van Wyk, it seems in two drafts, or in two versions, at page 456 at 1523, and then thereafter at page 457 at 1549. That acknowledgement of debt appears at page 847. And it's in the name of Tsakani Matlala, who describes herself as chairman of the board of directors for Medicare24 Tswane and duly authorized to sign on behalf of the company. And it reflects a debt of 20 million arising out of a business loan from Mr. Motsumi. It reflects the same terms of repayment as we saw in the contract, in the loan agreement, and at the foot of page 849, it is signed by Tsakani Matlala on the 25th of April.
What page number?
849 is the signature.
Okay, my copy doesn't have Tsakani's name and signatures. If I'm at the right page, my 840.
Is it a redacted? Is it a redacted version?
It's a clean copy.
851.
No. Hold on. Yeah, no.
What page? 53. 853, I'm told. I've got incorrect pagination on mine. 853?
853. Acknowledgement of debts, that's at 851. And then 853. Okay. Hold on, Mr. Cheskelson.
Cheskelson, there are two documents. One is the Memorandum of Agreement, and the other one is the Acknowledgement of Debt.
Yes, I think I have them in my pagination switched around. But the Acknowledgement of Debt, on the third page of the Acknowledgement of Debt, is the signature of Tsakani.
I have that at 853.
Then the references that I gave you for the loan agreement are 3 pages out. That sequence ends at at 1523. No. 1620. I'm sorry, I've lost my reference again, but the acknowledgement of debt is sent from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Motsumi at 1625, and that is at the foot of page 874. That document that is sent at 1625 is the signed acknowledgement of debt. And so what we see, and what we would be interested to hear from Mr. van Wyk on, is an arrangement in terms of which Mr. Motsumi, in his personal capacity, is advancing 20 million rands to Medicare24 Tshwane district in late April 2025. And that in return, in addition to agreeing to repay the amount out of profit up to an amount of 100 million rands, Medicare24 is also signing over authority over all of its vehicles to Mr. Motsumi's security company, Vazwemi Security. If we go back then to the chats between Mr.
Are you leaving the issue of the loan?
Of the
loan.
We are leaving the issue of the loan.
I'm also interested to, I don't know if we can link the two. My recollection of Sergeant Nkosi's evidence was that the reason why he shared the internal audit, the SAPS internal audit with Mr. Motsumi, was because Mr. Motsumi had lent or advanced funds to Mr. Matlala for the purposes of this contract. So Mr. Motsumi had interest in this contract for that reason. And that's why Sergeant Nkosi needed to share that audit with him. So I'm wondering if this is the same loan or it's unrelated.
In fact, Sergeant Nkosi shares that document before this loan is concluded.
Right, yeah.
But when we get to the financial flows, Mr. Motsumi is advancing, or Mr. Matlala is repaying Mr. Motsumi before this loan agreement is concluded. So we infer that there is an earlier arrangement in relation to some funds that have been advanced from Mr. Motsumi to Mr. Matlala.
Thank you.
we were taken to this set of chats just because it's certainly our prima facie view that they are linked to the blue lights and the fleet registration of the vehicles. But going back to the chats with Commissioner Mkhwanazi, there are other issues which we want to draw to the attention of the Commission, and the first relates to a venture which we suspect did not ever materialize, but which was going to be a joint venture in relation to an anti-hijacking unit. And for that, we need to go to page 672. And in fact, if we can start with 671. And at 671, Commissioner Mkhwanazi forwards to Mr. van Wyk a post by a company called Makopano, which is a 24/7 armed reaction company, advertising a success that they have achieved in recovering stolen, hijacked stock. And underneath that, Commissioner Mkhwanazi writes at 0854, they didn't do shit, stood outside talking shit while we counted stock and had to suffocate with burning plastic fumes. And then underneath, he writes, and this is significant, good morning, it's truck hijackings. Security companies are charging 10% of what is being recovered. Please consider it. I will tell on how to deal with the matter. So Commissioner Mkhwanazi is alerting Mr. van Wyk to the fact that some security companies are able to receive payouts of 10% on the stock that they recover from hijackings. Lower down, he says, the immediate next message he explains it's from my team, and he says, good morning, my brother. The industry has huge money. I've established a team now that deals with this. And Mr. van Wyk then says, in a voice note at 8:57, essentially that he wants to be involved.
So, Julius, how can we get involved? How can my team get involved with this? I mean, we can make nice deals here.
So he says, how can we get involved? How can my team get involved here? We can make nice deals here. The response of Mr. Mkhwanazi is, I will establish a team of brand owners, EMPD and you. That's where we will be getting information about hijacked trucks, robbed stock. Mr. van Wyk says, cool, so we need to start putting stuff together. And the response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi, my brother, we have tools, only need 2 marked vehicles. I know you're registered at 0. So it seems that what is being contemplated here is an arrangement in terms of which Mr. Mkhwanazi and Mr. van Wyk will collaborate so that Mr. van Wyk gets tip-offs from EMPD about where hijacked trucks may be, and then there will be a 10% reward for recovered stock, which presumably is going to be shared. This process continues. If we go to page 695, Mr. van Wyk sends a voice note at the top of that page on the morning of 18 July. Sorry, it's FM6.
Morning, Julius. Just want to find out if we can meet one at a time in this week so we can finalize and see how we can get involved with the specialized units. So I can speak to Vus as we spoke on Friday so we can get vehicles and stuff. If you can just let me know, and in what vehicles would you suggest we use, so I can tell him as well, please, so we can get this on the move, and then maybe that can help with the uniforms and the badges and everything, and it's going to help Vusi as well. So yeah, I'll appreciate it. Thanks.
So he's talking about badges and uniforms for this specialized unit that they're talking about. And then at page 698, on the 24th of July, a week later.
Oh, a week later. Oh, I was going to say, please always mention the year. Thank you.
2020. We're in 2022 at this stage. And at 698, Mr. Mkhwanazi sends him a message at top of the page, message time 5:44. Your added group, please confirm. This is where hijackings are followed and monitored. So Commissioner Mkhwanazi has added Mr. van Wyk to a group which will be monitoring hijackings.
Doing it wrong, Mr. Chaskasin. He's asking, are you added? Not you are added.
Yes. I thank you for that correction. And in fact, the other chats bear it out. Are you added at group? Please confirm. This is where hijackings are followed and monitored. So he's seeking for confirmation. If we go down to message time 5:48 on the same page, still 24 July, Commissioner Mkhwanazi again asks for confirmation. He says, please confirm the group addition. So he wants Mr. van Wyk to confirm that he has received this invitation to a group that monitors hijackings. And Mr. van Wyk hasn't. We see that over the page at message time 0604, where he says, haven't received the group. And the response of Commissioner Mkhwanazi is then to send a message to the group asking for Mr. van Wyk to be joined. And we see that in the screenshot on page 702, which is a screenshot taken by Commissioner Mkhwanazi, and it reflects a message where he says, good morning, this is Brigadier Mkhwanazi EMPD, kindly add Mike to the groups. And he gives Mr. van Wyk's contact details to be added to the group. We don't see anything more in the chats in relation to this group, but the plan seems to have been for a joint venture between Mr. van Wyk's entities and either the EMPD or Mr. Mkhwanazi in a personal capacity, so Mr. van Wyk's entities would get advance notice of where hijacked cargoes were and would be best placed to recover stolen cargoes and get the rewards. There is another issue in which the sort of blurring between Mr. van Wyk's private enterprises and the EMPD is worth flagging. And for that, we need to go to page 685. And here what Mr. van Wyk will ask for is a letter on an EMPD letterhead saying that his companies are in a joint venture with EMPD, and he needs it because he wants to, or he not wants to, he has purchased weapons of a nature that he can't get licensed without a letter of that nature. And so if we play that voice note at 30 May 2022 at 09:24. We're struggling with that.
Hi, Julius, brother. Hope you had a lucky weekend and a good one. I'm just waiting for, what's her name? Jasmine, just to come see me. She made an appointment, so when she's here, I'll tell you what's going on, and then we're going to start with training, so I just want to know where we're standing. But I need urgently a letter from you, please, on EMPD letterhead. I bought more firearms for the company. They just state that we are involved with you guys, busy with a JV, and that we assist you with special operations, so I can just get the other firearm licenses quickly with your motivation. I'll really appreciate it if you can, please. Thanks.
So he's specifically asking for a letter saying that they're involved in specialized operations with the EMPD so he can get firearm licenses for firearms he has already bought.
Hi, Julius, brother. Hope you had a lucky weekend and a good one. I'm just waiting for, what's her name? Jasmine, just to come see me. She made an appointment, so when she's here, I'll tell you what's going on, and then we're going to start with training, so I just want to know where we're standing. But I need urgently a letter from you, please, on EMPD letterhead. I bought more firearms for the company. They just state that we are involved with you guys, busy with a JV, and that we assist you with special operations, so I can just get the other firearm licenses quickly with your motivation. I'll really appreciate it if you can, please. Thanks.
And then he follows that up with more details he wants in the letter. That's the next voice note at the top of page 686.
And if you can just say that we are registered as peace officers or something, I don't know, whatever, so it just makes it better.
And so to enhance the strength of the letter, he wants a reference to the fact that they are registered as peace officers. Now, all of these favors that Commissioner Mkhwanazi is being asked to provide, and in many cases is providing to Mr. Matlala and to Mr. van Wyk, we submit look like favors for which gratifications are paid. And we've already referred to the video with the 100 rands bundle being used as a fan. But if we look at the bank statements of Commissioner Mkhwanazi, we see several other payments. And the first one is on page 803. And the statements we're looking at here are a current account of Commissioner Mkhwanazi. At 803 on the 5th of May, there is a payment of 20,000 rands which comes with a reference Matlala. That amount was paid from the accounts of CAT VIP, CAT Protection and Security, and we see that at page 821. And you'll see that on 5 May there is a 20,000 rands payment with the same reference, Matlala. Then on the 10th of December 2022, we see on page 805 that there is another 30,000 rand payment into the account of Commissioner Mkhwanazi with the reference Matlala. It's page 805 and 10 December 2022. And that 30,000 rands payment comes from a different company of Mr. Matlala, Black AK Trading, that we have seen in another context. I think that was the company that paid amounts to Brigadier Macheng. And at page 828, we see that 30,000 rand payment on 10 December, also with the reference Matlala. Then there is a payment which seems to be linked to a conversation between Commissioner Mkhwanazi and Mr. van Wyk. Because if we go to page 686, we see that on the 17th of June 2022, at message time 0536, Commissioner Mkhwanazi messages Mr. van Wyk saying, "Good morning, Mike. Poverty is dealing with me. I'm home." And after Commissioner Mkhwanazi complains about his poverty to Mr. van Wyk on the 17th of June, on the 18th of June, a 20,000 rand payment is made into his account with the reference Matlala, and that's at page 804. And that payment that payment comes out of the Medicare24 bank account, and the statement reference there is page 826. And 18th of June, there's a 20,000 rand payment with the reference Matlala. There are, in fact, two 20,000 rand payments on that day, but the one of them has the reference Matlala that we see on the corresponding reference in Commissioner Mkhwanazi's accounts. Chair, those were the issues that we wanted to highlight in these chats and documents. We accept that a lot of what we are doing here is reasoning by inference from documents, and that our inferences may have been mistakenly drawn, but we submit that they're most likely inferences. If we've got anything wrong, we would invite Mr. van Wyk to respond on affidavit in terms of the postponement, the agreement embodied in the postponement application ruling. And if we accept his responses on affidavit, there'll be no need for him to come back. But if we want to interrogate any of them, we will ask for him to be accommodated at some stage in our calendar going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskelson.
I think on inferences to be drawn, and I'm thinking about the earlier, where we started with these WhatsApp messages, including the ones disputed by Mr. van Wyk, and the one that jumps up is the one where he says that's a casino bag. Obviously, that's money. Is the idea that with each set of WhatsApp messages, for example, the money messages, you say this is the inference that we are going to draw, or if you don't speak to it, for example, the casino bag, what he says is a casino bag, what will you be asking the commission to make of that, of inferences to draw, or is it a case of, if you haven't spoken to it now at the end of your presentation, if you do not flag a particular set or transaction that's on WhatsApp, and you don't indicate what inferences you're going to ask to be drawn from that, that Ms. du Plessis can accept that there is no issue there. There is nothing for Mr. van Wyk to answer to. I raise this in anticipation that when we do eventually deliberate, we will have to deal with what in fact was put up, even in his absence, for him to compel him to feel he's compelled to come and answer. I'm trying to address that question, that risk.
Well, can I suggest a way forward that within the next 48 hours, we draw up a comprehensive list of inferences after we've seen the transcript and have identified what we've already put in issue in the transcript. We will draw up a comprehensive list of inferences that we will be asking the Commission to draw from these chats in the absence of Mr. van Wyk, and that we provide that to Ms. du Plessis, and that she and Mr. van Wyk can consider that in deciding whether or not to respond on affidavit, and what to address in response on affidavit. Can I ask for 3 days to do it by close of business Thursday?
That's in order, Mr. Chairperson.
Second question, it's something that you didn't touch on, and I ask because on the face of it, it looks like something that would fall or would be covered by the terms of reference on the face of it. Sorry, I had flagged it. I think there's 2 or 3 exchanges that speaks to an MMC, contacts with MMC, and somewhere a name is given of a PA of an MMC. The question is that something that you have looked at, or that is going to be looked at, or have you formed a view about what it might be?
It's something that we would certainly have canvassed with Mr. van Wyk. What appears from the chats is that there was an attempt by Mr. van Wyk and Mr. Mkhwanazi to get the MEC for safety and security or municipal policing, whatever the description was, on board with this idea of a specialized unit that could work alongside EMPD, but that never materialized. We certainly, from the chats themselves, we can't draw any inferences in relation to that MEC. In fact, from the chats themselves, it seems that the MEC was not interested.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
MMC, not MEC.
Do you wish to say anything, Mr. President?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Now, I've listened carefully to the proceedings, made notes, and the list of inferences would just make it a lot easier to respond comprehensively, to do so together with the transcriptions and voice notes, which I have canvassed with my colleagues, to do so on or before the 6th of July.
Thank you. Thank you. Nothing else on the table for today?
Not for today.
Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn. Ms. Law. Good morning, Mr. Mpofu.
Commissioners, today we...
Let's finalize the greetings first.
Yes. Oh, you're still doing the greetings, my apologies.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners, and colleagues. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, General.
Morning, Commissioners.
Thank you. Yes, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that the Chair has realized that Mr. Mpofu has decided to join us this morning as part of General Sinona's legal team. So previously, Ms. Talk, Advocate Talk was addressing you, so I take it will be.
I whispered to Ms. Talk outside that you decided to reinforce today.
An instruction, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Essie.
Perhaps, Chair, before we start...
Yeah, because there has been a lot of time has elapsed, I think we should do the oath again. And I think you are starting on something else anyway. Did you take an oath or did you affirm? I've forgotten now.
Good morning, Commissioners. I took an oath.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. General, there may be a number of files around you. For the moment, I would ask that you don't bother yourself with them, as and when they become relevant during the course of your testimony, I shall duly direct you there. What I need you to have before you is a file marked your name, supplementary statement, and annexures. Do you have that?
Correct, Commissioners.
If we could then open that file and confirm that you have filed a further supplementary statement for purposes of your testimony before the Commission, and that appears from pages 1 to 11. And do you so confirm?
Correct, Commissioners.
And if you turn to page 11 of that statement, there is a signature and it's dated the 2nd of June 2026. You confirm that that is your signature?
I confirm that, Commissioners.
And do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement and that you stand by what's stated therein?
Correct, Commissioners. As
Part of your statement, you have an annexure LS1. It appears from page 12. And you have referenced this particular annexure in your supplementary statement, and these are specific responses, or these are your responses to specific questions posed to you in the Regulation 10.6 notice. Do you confirm?
Correct, Commissioners.
For purposes of the record, then, I suggest that your supplementary statement be considered as both the freestanding statement and the specific responses to questions. Would that work for you?
Correct, Commissioners.
We are then would be ready to turn to your statement, starting at page 1. And as is tradition in this commission, when there is a statement, the witness has an opportunity to have, quote-unquote, free time to speak to and summarize the content of that particular document. However, Commissioners, during this morning before we started, and in my engagement with General Sinona and his legal team, Advocate Mpofu had expressed a desire to address you. And perhaps this might be an opportunity for him to do so through you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you very much, Advocate Silla and Chairperson and Commissioners. Yes, mine is not going to be a long, Chair, My remit was really to place on the record certain concerns, shall we say, which have been expressed by the General, which we wanted to put up front, and so that his evidence could be seen in context, because these are issues that may arise from time to time, or which might hamper the flow of his evidence. And we would like those issues have been specifically instructed to put them on the record for consideration by this forum or any other forum, should it become ever relevant, and so that we're not accused of raising those issues at a particular time, maybe because there are certain adverse findings or something. These are concerns that we raise, even if they will be favorable or neutral or adverse findings. Chair, what I will do is, so that we don't waste time, I'll just really do a high-level presentation of these issues. If the Commission would like us to present later a more detailed outline of the same issues, then we will be happy to do so. But for now, I don't want to get into much the minutiae. But the first issue, Chair, is maybe I should just say that the general heading really of all what I'm saying is concerns regarding what the General feels has been unfair treatment by the Commission. And that is on the basis that the Commission is enjoined to treat witnesses and everyone fairly. And I think that's common cause. Nobody can quibble with that. So the first of those topics then is the serial refusal by the Commission to furnish information upon request. And again, we are happy to furnish the detail and the chronology, the blow-by-blow of we wrote this letter, we got this nonchalant response, or no response at all, or an unreasonable response. There are many examples of that, but that's the broad area of concern. In fact, without getting into much detail, one of those responses was something like, well, you don't have to know what other people have said about you, just say what you know, kind of thing. And it would be hard to believe that that is a policy of this Commission. Because, as we know, people have a right of reply. I mean, that's one of the most fundamental rights under the broad rubric of Audi Alteram Partem. And in our view, that's why the Commission is populated by legally trained people all around, so that those trite issues of fairness can be observed. The second issue is related to the first one, which is this issue of right of reply. There are various. We understand the difference between, being called here on specific accusations and therefore being entitled to the documentation, and being asked to assist the Commission and all that. We're not dealing with this at that technical level. But whichever category one falls in, they surely have a right to, at the minimum, to face their accusers, to use the colloquial expression. And facing your accusers doesn't mean literally facing them. It just means knowing what it is that's going to be said, which you might have to respond to. The next issue, which is the third in my list, is that one of the things we have been asked to do is to ensure that there will be no straying outside of the subpoena that has brought us here and the specific issues that are raised there. And that's probably related to what might be the next issue, so I might as well raise it in combination, Chair, just to save time, which is the feeling of the General and us that the issues that he has been asked to deal with have actually been dealt with in his first appearance here. We might be wrong about this, but on our unscientific analysis, he's probably been the witness who has been called back more than anyone else to come back here, despite the fact that he testified for 3 days in January. And
there's a witness that testified for 8 days, Mr.
Yes.
The days may have been consecutive, I'm not sure, but it was still 8 days, so far more than the General has.
No, Chair, I don't want to be nitpicking. No, ours is not about the number of days so much than the toing and froing and being called and then called back and then called back. But I take your point, Chair. So if we don't have the gold medal in that, we probably have the silver. So we're still on the point.
Can you just repeat the fourth point?
The fourth point. The fourth point is I was saying I'm merging it with the third point. That was about repetitive questions. Yeah. So it's if you like, it might be a subset of the third point. It covers Commissioner Baloyi. It covers two issues. One is my original statement that the issue of the break-in theft, whatever you call it, in Port Shepstone was, as you might remember, I think it was the last topic for his January testimony, and it was covered extensively. The result of that is that you will find that when you read the statement that was identified by my colleague, Ms. Silo, which is LS1, that's where we respond to the specific questionnaire. You'll find that maybe on more than, if there are 10 questions, and I think there are more than that, there are about 15, but more than 50% or even 60% of those questions, you'll find that we actually just the answer is to refer you back to the transcript on many occasions. And that's because the same thing that was asked then is being asked now. And we don't understand why that same information has to be solicited at great expense for the second time, because it doesn't change. And that's why we literally quoted. It was not out of disrespect, but we just quote exactly verbatim what was said before. We do take the point, of course, that since he testified, there has been further evidence around the same issues. So not quibbling with that. But the issue is that it's quite oppressive to the General to have to repeat himself. And then maybe the one issue, maybe let me start, I'll come to this one last. Related to this issue of repetition or covering the same ground is an issue which, to the naked eye might not seem important, but it is the expenses to which the General is subjected because of what he might perceive to be repetition of the same ground. You would appreciate, Commissioners, Chairperson and Commissioners, that every time he has to come here, or every time he has to deal with a subpoena or a set, and then there's even an instance where the subpoena was literally exactly the same as the one that had been given last year. And then we pointed that out, and there was duly an apology. Well, maybe not maybe I'm putting it too strongly, but the commission said, no, sorry, that was a mistake. Here's the correct one. Yeah. But that mistake means that he has now to consult on that wrong document. And when it's discovered that it's the wrong document, a letter has to be written, and then the apology, which we accept, is issued. But that doesn't change the discomfort or inconvenience. And that's just one example. And therefore, it's a very costly exercise. I haven't done the count, but my learned friend, Ms. Talk, assures me that the general has had to be doing this toing and froing about 6 times now, or that this is his 6th appearance. And I'm sure that also includes the times when he didn't actually testify. And I know it also includes the time when the legal representative was not feeling well. So I'm not piling all of that onto the commission. I'm simply saying that it's quite an expensive exercise. Now, the last point, which is quite worrying, is, I'll call it, for lack of a better word, the issue of relevance. And this is an issue which the General feels very strongly about, and I hope it will be taken in the spirit in which it was intended. We're not objecting in the sense of saying he's not going to assist, because he's very willing to assist the Commission, and he will just now do so. But he just wants for it to be known that he's doing so under some serious protest. What do we mean by relevance? The view which we hold with respect is that the Commission is, shall we say, confined, legally confined to the terms of reference and its mandate. And I don't have to motivate that to the people that I'm addressing. Everyone would accept that at face value. But what is the relevance of that to my address? It is the fact that, and this is also related to the fear that they might be straying outside of the questionnaire. Our understanding, Chairperson, is that this commission is not some surrogate disciplinary committee of the police, where we have to interrogate whether this one or that one is a good policeman or a bad policewoman, or in the general sense, in the HR sense of the word. But those issues might be relevant, of course, to the core mandate of the Commission, which is criminality, interference, and all that is defined in the terms of reference. That we concede. But surely there's a line between that sometimes inevitable overlap and actually focusing as if this is a beauty parade about who's the better manager or a kind of performance assessment. So that's the issue. To the extent that the performance or lack of performance might be relevant, and maybe I should interpose, almost arguing against myself, but by saying we accept implicitly that, let's take this issue about this theft. The Commission is entitled, of course, to say we have to probe whether this theft was a matter of sheer incompetence or criminality. That we accept. But there's a difference between that, as I say, inevitable overlap, and then simply going on for days with a witness like the general about, why did you not follow this prescript or that prescript? Well, he didn't, but is that relevant to the terms of reference, or might that show that he could have been a better manager? So it's that kind of it's not a bright line, but that we accept, but we are concerned about
Just
that.
to point out, Mr. Mpofu,
Yes.
in the terms of reference, they say we must look at acts or omissions and
Yes.
whether acts or omissions may have contributed.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
to the extent that conduct constitutes an omission, we would have to look into that. And
No.
I'm not debating it, I'm just pointing that
No,
out.
I accept that, Commissioner Kumala. I accept that. I would never quibble with that. I accept that in the process of probing, let's say the disappearance of this bottle, you might say, well, I omitted to take it during the tea time. I accept that. The commission or omission, like in criminal law, you can be liable for a positive act or an omission. That I accept. I'm making a different point, which is that in the probing of the commissions or omissions, the feeling that we have, particularly from this last round of questionnaire, is that the focus is more on, wouldn't it have been better to go to Isiping or to go to Port Shepstone and so on? And we accept that that might be relevant. But that's not the core mandate of the Commission, to put it crudely, as to whether it would have been advisable to drive on the N2 or to take another route. That may be relevant in the ultimate question, as to whether the taking of the other route was a corrupt act or to go and meet some gangsters or whatever. We will accept that. But in and of itself, whether they took this route or that route really has got absolutely nothing to do with the Commission. It might have something to do with some performance assessment panel of the police as to whether, so-and-so is a good manager or a bad manager. I think it's that nuance, but I accept that that's why I was saying there's no bright line, the mission is not to confine or straitjacket the Commission. Obviously, the mandate is wide, but we should all be careful not to overdo the performance assessment. Yes, those are the issues that we wanted to raise. And as I say, there are specifics. We have a detailed chronology, for example, of the correspondence between the Commission and my attorneys. I don't want to get into those kinds of specifics for now. I think as long as I've highlighted the areas of concern, and by the way, some of these are raised in the general statement, in the main body of the statement, not the Q&A part. Thank you. I'm indebted to the Commission for the indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu. Yes, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I perhaps will not address every issue raised by Mr. Mpofu for two reasons. One, some of these issues will be elaborated upon by the General himself because they form part of his statement. So perhaps that might be at the appropriate time to engage with them. But secondly, because to some extent, Mr. Mpofu takes issue with the processes of the Commission and the relevance of what the Commission is pursuing insofar as this particular witness is concerned. I can put up an argument as to why we consider the witness relevant, but perhaps as a general point, that would be best placed with the commissioners to engage with. So if I don't address everything, I want to effectively put on record that it's not due to a lack of answer on my part, but I choose to limit my answer on the two bases. However, there are certain things that I believe I must address because this would be strictly within the knowledge of the evidence leaders. and not necessarily the commissioners. The first complaint is a serial refusal to produce documents. I would like to place on record that the General, even in his statement, does not make such an allegation. There is not a single document that the evidence leaders have been required to produce and have failed to produce. To the extent that there might be oversight on my part personally on that, I would be happy to be directed there too, and I'll try and establish why that is the case. The only issue that the General raises in his supplementary statement are documents relating to the testimony, I think of, I'll get the ranks wrong, I apologize, it's Colonel Prinsloo and another. And he claims these were provided to him 2 days before his statement was due. When General Sinona's appearance was postponed the last time, these issues were specifically dealt with when my learned friend, Ms. Talk, addressed the Commission. And it was highlighted that precisely those documents were provided on the basis of a request from General Sinona. The request came in that week, and by the 29th, the documents were provided. So it becomes challenging for me to appreciate exactly which documents we are said to have refused to produce on a serial basis. And commissioners, I dare say that there is none. Secondly, and once again, General Sinona will address these issues. I do know that Mr. Mpofu says they appreciate the distinction between what we would term a Rule 3.5 notice and a Regulation 10.6. But my understanding of, and I put this in inverted commas, of his, and by his I mean the expanded definition, plural, complaints seems to blur the distinction between the two. If one has regard to General Sinona's statement, his complaints stem largely from a view that we have failed to serve him with a Rule 3.5 notices. And these are notices that we issue based on testimony that is received and evidenced by the Commission, on the basis of which we conclude that it would appear somebody is implicated. The witnesses he references, in our understanding, and I do accept that our understanding may very well have been wrong, have not implicated General Sinona. Those witnesses have testified to what they know about the facts that they were called upon to testify on. There may be a difference in response to the same question, in that General Sinona would have given a different response. But that does not in itself imply that he's implicated. So technically, it would sound like, and again, I'm subject to correction, that there is an invitation that we issue Rule 3.5 notices, because each time General Sinona's name is mentioned by the witnesses who have appeared before you, that constitutes implication. Not in our view, not in the manner that that term is dealt with in the rules. Once a witness is implicated, we are under obligation to issue a Rule 3.5 to bring that to their attention and to afford that person the opportunity to deal with the implication. We have found none, and no Rule 3.5 notices have been issued. What instead has been issued is a Regulation 10.6, which, once again, is a document that is generated by evidence leaders based on the evidence and testimony before the Commission, where we believe, in terms of the regulations and the rules, that a specific person may be able to shed more light. In that context, specific questions are posed to the potential witness, and they are invited to answer. So it becomes a challenge when we are confronted with an allegation that we do not afford witnesses, and particularly General Sinona, the right of reply. His right of reply, as I understand, would arise where he's implicated. Where he is not implicated, his right of reply does not arise. In any event, on a proper reading of the rules, any witness who believes that they may be of assistance to the Commission, either by providing a contrary position or testimony, is entitled to make application. So to the extent that it is considered that we have failed to issue Rule 3.5 notices, which I contend it's not correct, none was due to General Sinona on our assessment, then it was still open to General Sinona and his team to apply, to testify on those matters. Thirdly, and most importantly, notwithstanding the fact that General Sinona has specified which witnesses implicated him, one, in his supplementary statement, he has failed to articulate that implication, the extent thereof. And secondly, has failed to take opportunity to deal with that which he considers to be an implication. Now, I understand, and I think we all do, the basic legal principle of everyone's right to face their accusers. I'm just at a loss with who in this context are the accusers. There are no accusers to General Sinona. Lastly, it is important to bear in mind that General Sinona was scheduled to appear on the 8th of May, 2026. He was part of the DPCI KZN management. From the management of Port Shepstone, DPCI, Colonel Prinsloo and them, to Brigadier Newswa, his direct reportee, and eventually himself, the one person who's responsible for DPCI KZN. That was the stream that was scheduled to start from on the 8th. Together with that were the people who were involved in the actual seizure and subsequent storage of the drugs. We are here today on the 19th of June, 6 weeks later, in part, due to General Sinona's own application to postpone his testimony, firstly from the 8th of May, up until the 1st of June. He presented himself on the 1st of June. Due to the Commission's own scheduling challenges, he had to be stood down to the 5th of June. Came the 5th of June, we accepted that his legal representative was indisposed and there was a further extension. So the 6 counts of appearance don't seem to tally with my record. The request that he come only after everybody has testified on the Port Shepstone drug bust presupposes that those witnesses implicate him. And there is no fact that even points to that. He was never intended to be engaged on the matter as an implicated person. The thinking has always been to engage him as head of DPCI KZN, who I assume, perhaps wrongly, at the end of the day would accept that the buck stops with him. So the toing and froing of correspondence has always been to try and clarify this challenge, why General Sinona believes that he can only offer his version of the events and the questions posed after everybody has spoken. There are rules, as I read them, and the regulations do not allow for that. And it is in that context that the response eventually to his attorneys was that they need not worry about what others would potentially say. He is required to address himself to the questions posed both in the Regulation 10.6 and the subpoena, to the extent that he is able to do so. Should another witness come forward after he has testified to contradict him, then that is for the Commission to engage with and to determine whose version is acceptable and on what basis. I don't know how other commissioners intend to deal with this, but to the extent that I properly understood, My colleague, Mr. Mpofu, sounds like he wants assurances that there will be no straying outside the subpoena. I don't know what that means, but I can assure him that subpoenas are issued, Regulation 10.6s are issued, and in the course of engagement with the witnesses, there are issues that arise from the question and answer session. And for lack of a better term, I'll call them offshoots. And I don't know if it is the offshoots that he would deem constitute straying outside the subpoena, but that just might be an issue with my understanding. Did the General speak to some of these matters at his previous appearance in January 2026? Yes, he did, and we are truly aware of that. However, since his appearance in 2026, the Commission has been placed in possession of significant documents that are relevant to the issue. Other witnesses have testified and too produced documents before the Commission. And as the head of the KZN DPCI, we believe that it is necessary to engage him based on what has since come to light. I don't see that to be a challenge, and it doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, constitute toing and froing. It is assisting this Commission to arrive at a correct factual position as regards matters that fall within its terms of reference. The relevance, we maintain that they are relevant. The rules and the regulations tell us so. At the risk of stating the obvious, amongst other things, what this Commission is mandated to interrogate is whether criminal syndicates, including but not limited to drug cartels, have infiltrated or exerted undue influence over a range of entities, including the SAPs, of which the DPCI is a part. And then to consider the adequacy of current legislation, policies, and institutional arrangements in preventing such infiltration, and then to make recommendations where necessary. I don't understand the contention that where he admits he did not follow prescripts, that is where the issue must die for purposes of the terms of reference for this Commission.
The one I had in mind, Ms. Loas 3, which says the role of senior SAPS members in aiding or abetting criminal activity, either through act or omission.
I fully agree, and Commissioner Khumalo, thank you. So the challenge I have is what comes across as a position that says, notwithstanding the wording and the wording of the terms of reference, the purpose of the Commission, that the head of the institution that was responsible for precisely these drugs cannot be engaged more than once and cannot render assistance to this Commission. And if I recall, our rules require that a witness becomes available and answers the questions to the satisfaction of the Commission. To the extent that the commissioners remain unsatisfied, I submit that it is the commissioners are entitled to recall a witness to assist them in determining the correct factual position. I do not believe, as Mr. Mpofu suggests, that this Commission is attempting, as he says, to be a surrogate disciplinary process or committee of the police. On the contrary, and particularly on the basis that Commissioner Khumalo highlights, the role of senior officials in SAPS, including KZN, remains a pivotal question before this Commission and must be answered. And the only person who can answer precisely those questions are those who are deemed to be senior officials within SAPS. It's not a performance assessment, but there will be interrogation about the knowledge, the application, and approval of conduct by the head of the KZN DPCI of members that resort under his authority. And that engagement must be had to understand, as my learned friend correctly pointed out, whether it was, he says, whether it's incompetence or it's deliberate. To answer that question, we must first understand what the understanding was, the appreciation for applicable prescripts and the like, to enable the commissioners to make a determination as to exactly what transpired. An interesting point was made by Mr. Mpofu, where he states that it is unnecessary to recall the general, particularly where he admits that he didn't follow prescripts. I'm not aware of such an admission. I'm not aware of him so admitting in his first statement, during his first appearance in January, in the supplementary statement, nor in the responses to Regulation 10.6. I see Mr. Mpofu vigorously shaking his head, so I take it that he means I completely misunderstood him. I'll take that the misunderstanding is mine. But I just wanted to clarify that precisely what the prescripts provide for and the extent to which they were complied is a legitimate conversation to have with the General, and that has not to date been had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sirillo. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll endeavor to be brief. Chair, well, it looks like my learned friend, there's a lot of things that she says she doesn't understand, or she's at a loss at sea or whatever. I'll try my best to assist. Chairperson, we are not, this is not some quibbling about technicalities. We understand very well the difference between 10.6 and 3.5, as I was at pains to point out in my address. But you know, those are just lawyers' things. We are saying that if a person is going to be, if some negative or adverse information is going to be given about me, whether it's under 10.6 or 10.20, doesn't matter. I am entitled to know about that in good time so that I can respond to it. So I don't want to get into legalese here. The issue of the matter is that I think Warrant Officer Sander, Brigadier Newswa, Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs, and somebody called Witness H. To some extent, maybe the word implicate is too strong, but there's nobody who can genuinely deny that adverse statements were made about the General by those persons. And that's all we're asking for. We're saying if there's going to be adverse information, which might not rise to the levels of implication or whatever to a lawyer's mind, but which is adverse to his interest, he is surely entitled to have that information. Now, we asked for that information just as an example. There's a letter dated the 1st of June 2026 from my attorneys, which I'm using this as an example. I was saying I don't want to get into the minutiae, but the response to that letter comes from a Geraldine Berger from this commission. And I'll just read the first paragraph. With reference to your letter dated 1 June 2026, we wish to remind you that your client that all witnesses are called to testify on their knowledge of any fact. It is important to mention and place on record that their knowledge is not dependent on whether others who testify before them implicate them. I mean, surely that can be true. Your client's statement that was called for through relevant notices cannot in any way be implicated by someone else's version of the truth. This is like an arrogant response, I'm sorry,
What was the nature of the request there?
The request, yes.
On the letter
yes,
of the
again,
1st of June. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Again, I won't bore you with the whole letter. I'll just pick up one paragraph, just so that you get the gist.
27.
Paragraph 3, sorry.
It's on page 27.
Yes, 27. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Chair, I'll just read one paragraph. I'm sure everyone will then get the gist here. So it says, we refer to the chairperson's ruling on 1 June and so on and so on. Then the paragraph says, equally, we are also instructed to request the statement of Warrant Officer Carl Sender, who in his testimony of 1 June made certain allegations against Major General Sinona. And if I may pause there, that's what we mean when we say made allegations against it. As I say, it may or may not rise to the levels of implication in terms of the technical interpretation. And which allegations our client wishes to respond to. Well, if he wishes to respond to, he wishes to respond to. Nobody can take that away from him. Had our client been aware of Warrant Officer Sender's appearance, our client would have requested for copies of his statement and annexures before being excused by the Commission earlier today. That was the first. Our client was made aware by the media that he was implicated in today's proceedings of the Commission. I'm just reading that paragraph as an example. So it was that kind of request. Then there's another one in the next paragraph about Lieutenant Colonel Duma and so on and so on. And then we got the response that I just read out. And then the rest of that letter of the response does what Ms. Silo is just doing about educating us about Regulation 10.6 and 3.5. So you'll see that the last paragraph, to the extent that he may in time be implicated, he shall be duly served with a 3.5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with such implication. Currently, there is a ruling requiring him to file a statement before midnight, and is expected to do so, to abide thereby. There's a veiled threat there that if he doesn't do so, obviously the consequences would follow. So, Chair, I'm really trying to not to make this into a technical issue about the meaning of 3.5 and 10.6 and the word implicated and so on. And not to be technical, as Ms. Silo is rightfully pointed out. Yeah. If we want to go that route, well, we would be happy to do so. And let me, if I don't make one thing clear, let me make this clear. We do not quibble with widening the scope so as to reach the terms of reference, the issues in the terms of reference. Ms. Silo made a good example of that. I thought I had made that concession a long time ago. But what I was saying is this, maybe it's much more nuanced. And that goes to, I think, almost a General Khumalo, to Commissioner Khumalo's issue as well. Commissioners, if anyone misunderstands me to be saying that the Commission must simply technically just look at the terms of reference and straitjacket themselves to that, that's not what I'm saying. At least two of the commissioners, and Ms. Silo and I, were once in a commission where that was important. Almost every witness was asked about regulation this and regulation that, but it was not an end in itself. It was for the purposes of determining whether whatever the terms of reference of that commission were complied or not. That's really what I'm saying. So let me make a silly example. If we're going to be saying that General Sinona was always coming late at work, right? It might be very interesting and dramatic for television that he came late so 1,000 times. Yeah, but the answer is, well, so what? Because that can only be relevant if, as Commissioner Khumalo says, that was in aid of aiding and abetting and all those things that are in the terms of reference. Then it's clearly relevant. But if it, as an end in itself, that is a serial latecomer, well, who cares? That's the issue about marrying those peripheral issues to the terms of reference. That's really, as I say, maybe it's a more nuanced complaint that we're having. But there it is. We just want to place it on the record. We don't need to agree or disagree with the evidence leaders about it. The last point is this. We all know the legalese about implicating yourself and incriminating yourself. I don't want to go there. But, and that's where I make this issue about HR and distinguishing this commission from that. Let me give you a live example. On the 31st of January, 2 days after the last appearance of the general here, he was served with a disciplinary notice by the police. And it said in so many words, you are being suspended because of what you said at the Madlanga Commission. Just as plain as that. It was not even hidden. So it was a direct, so somebody was sitting in some HR office watching the proceedings here and taking notes, and then they say, okay, now you're being charged. Now, I don't want to get into the legalese about incriminating yourself, but that's just a live example. By the way, that suspension lapsed because in 60 days' time, nothing had happened. We all know, again, of the inappropriately named Madlanga unit in the police.
Let me on record say in so many ways that I objected strongly to that.
I know, rightfully so.
I immediately engaged the National Commissioner, and he agreed that that was named wrongly.
Rightfully so.
But unfortunately, he was suspended before he could do anything.
Yes.
I later engaged the acting National Commissioner.
No, I appreciate that, Chair. In fact, to be honest...
Even the latest name is still unfortunate because it still has commission in it.
Exactly. But Chair, I accept, just to, in your defense, Chair, I also became aware of it when you raised the objection, and it was a well-timed one, because it could have gotten into the minds of the nation wrongly.
It gives the impression that I'm going around arresting people.
Absolutely, or feeding some unit with information. But be that as it may, Chair, and we accept implicitly that is not the case. But clearly, there are people, whether in the inappropriately named unit or whatever its name is, its new name is, or the HR offices of subs, who see their task as it's quite laziness, to be honest, as just sitting there here and watching here and then making notes and then pouncing on people. That might be, shall we call it, an inherent danger in proceedings like this. We accept that. But all we're saying is that we shouldn't be playing into that here, in whatever way. Yeah. I think that's, let me just check my notes, Chair. Yes. The point about the repetitive nature of the questioning is not a feeble point. My learned colleague, Ms. Silo, says, I'm quoting her verbatim, the commission has since been placed into possession, since he was here in January, has since been placed into possession of further information on what has since come to light. In the same breath, she's at a loss as to what we're complaining about. This is what we're complaining about. If the commission has been placed into possession of further information, and that has necessitated for him to be called, then we should be placed in the same possession with the greatest respect. That's this. One doesn't have to be a lawyer to understand that. That all we're saying is that, yes, we accept that some new things might have come to light. They might necessitate him being recalled. But what's wrong with placing us in the same position as the Commission in respect of those new things that have since come to light, so that we are in a position to assist you? that can be so difficult to understand. And yeah, I don't want to get into this thing about the buck stops with him. Quite frankly, doesn't make the cut, because it doesn't work like that. We know that he was the head in KZN, but how far do you take this buck, proverbial buck? You know, then it means this commission should only have 2 witnesses: the minister and the national commissioner, or the president, because the buck stops with them. I understand that there's a hierarchy and maybe some other small bucks along the way. But it can't be that simply because I'm overall in charge, then I'm expected to know every little detail about every room in subs in the whole country. Surely that's not what the buck stops here means.
On your penultimate point, Mr. Mpofu, about Ms. Silo's submission that the general must respond to questions or testify today because the commission has since been placed in possession of new information. On that, and you then say that it is exactly because of that the general must also be placed in possession of that information. You did give, or rather refer to the one example from the letter. As we sit here now, are you in a position to itemize the information that the general has not been furnished with? I'm asking that so as to see whether engagements between you and Ms. Silo cannot resolve
the issue.
Resolve that issue. Yes.
Chair, yes, we are in such a position, but again, I'm at pains to say that we don't want to delay the testimony. We simply want to qualify so that if we get to a stage where the general, for example, says, I can't answer that because I'm being ambushed or I'm hearing about it for the first time, then at least this background must be taken into account. That's really, but
thank you for that's a very practical approach. Thank you.
Practical approach, Chair, but it will also assist. Remember, my first qualification was that should it become necessary, we'll itemize these things, because if you do it now, it will just take a long time. That's why I was just giving the highlights. Chair, let me just make, at the expense of speaking against what I've just said, I'll just give you another practical example. We've been asking for the statement, the commission statement of, Brigadier Nyuswa, just as an example. And we have not been furnished with that. Now, it turns out 2 days ago, I'm sitting at home watching the commission, and at night, I can only watch the repeats here. And as the following question is put to, or not even a question, it's an answer coming from General News. So if I'm not mistaken, it's paragraph 43 of his statement. He says, I was made to understand that General Sinona has a problem with this. And one of the commissioners, I'm not sure which one, says, we were made to understand by who? And he says, by the evidence leaders. That is, you'll find that literally the whole nation was watching it. Now, what does that say to me? It says that when Brigadier Nyuswa was being recognized or preparing for his statement, he was told what the version of General Sinona will be on that particular point. It's not important for now, whatever the point was. Now, all we're asking is for the same courtesy with respect, that when General Sinona was also doing his statement, it would have been very nice that he knew what the contrary versions or whatever it is of whoever it is, to the extent that they were available. We accept that the evidence leaders are not magicians or clairvoyants who would know what someone is going to say in the future, but or sangomas. But to the extent that the information was known, it would have been appropriate, let me put it like that, not just nice. It would have been appropriate, legally speaking, for him to be placed in the same position that the evidence leaders chose to put Brigadier Nyuso. Just on that point. As I say, the point itself is not important, but it's the principle that I'm addressing. Thank you.
Chair, through you, if I may just address the last point, and I don't want to have a to-ing and fro.
By the way, let me give you an opportunity to respond to
just
that
specifically
one issue. Let Mr. Mpofu finish.
Yes.
And then I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
I assumed he had finished. I saw his mic go off, so I made certain assumptions.
When he said thank you, I also thought so too.
No, I was just being courteous. I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah. I was saying, Chair, that what we require is to be placed in a position where we can maximally assist this commission. Really, that's really all we're saying. It's all very well if people want us to come here and then say things and then say, no, I'm hearing about that for the first time, so that we can come again, which is exactly what we want to avoid, for him to come for the 7th time or 6th time, or whatever the number is. Simply because, as you say, Chair, let's say, for example, I was going to give you this catalogue of things now and give it to Ms. Sill, and it turns out that they were deserved to be given anyway. What will be the result of that? It will be that he must now be given that opportunity to come here again next week or next month and so on. We don't want that, because he doesn't have the means to do that. Every time he comes here, he has to pay lawyers, this is a person who's not a person of means. And but at the same time, he doesn't want to face the risk of being pounced upon by that unit whose name we will not repeat after he has been here. So the risks are real. They're not speculative, as I've indicated with the question of the suspension and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mpofu.
Mr. Mpofu, I think in fairness to Ms. Berger, because of how you've characterized her response, and she doesn't have a right to respond in this platform. I think in fairness to her, this must be placed on record. The context of the letter of the 1st of June from your instructing attorney, what that letter does in the penultimate, in the last paragraph, in fact, in paragraph 4 and 5, in fact, maybe let me first say, the context of the letter is earlier in the day there had been a ruling by the chairperson, as you correctly say, that General Sinona should file a statement. Now, this letter from the attorneys in paragraphs 4 and 5 seeks a postponement of the filing of that statement. And that postponement is sought on the basis that other witnesses are still going to testify. There are other statements. I should first see those statements, and I should not testify first before the other witnesses. That I want to hear what they are going to say. I need to see in their statements what they say about me. The response of Ms. Berger that you have described in the way that you've characterized in the way that you have is to say that General Sinona, there is a ruling, you must abide by that ruling. And you can't get a postponement, basically. You've been given a date. So what you characterize as arrogant is really a restating of the position. And I think it should be seen in that context, and I think it is important that the context should be put out. Yes. That's all I wanted to say about it, that in fairness to her.
Thank you, Commissioner Balwe. Yes. We accept that that might have been, the intention might have been innocent.
Yes.
I'm simply stating to the Commission how it was received by the General.
Okay.
And there was one, for example, that said, no, you must ignore that subpoena. some subpoena, I think one of the wrong ones. And we read it. Because in the end, it doesn't matter what the tone or whatever. In the end, we were not given that information. That's really our complaint, not the tone of the letter as such.
And maybe the other thing to say about it, so the response is a response. This is about the internal workings of the commission. So when a letter like this comes, it's not Ms. Berger who responds of her own accord and initiative. Something like this comes to the commissioners, that you gave a ruling, we now have this letter. So where she says you are required to comply, it is a communication that comes from the commission, and I think that should be clear. The second issue, and the second one I mentioned only so that General Sinona does not, if he's under that impression, it's clear that he's not targeted as such. This is about statements that he asked for this. He was told about what General Colonel Nyuswa, I think Brigadier Nyuswa. Yes, when in fact he hadn't been given his statement. The commission, no witness who comes to testify has been given statements of witnesses that were yet to testify. We haven't done that with any witness. In fact, the practice is statements of witnesses do not go out. We don't even publish them. We don't give to the media. We don't put them on the website until the witness has testified. So insofar as he may have requested statements of witnesses yet to testify, the answers he got are answers that apply generally, which is statements do not go out until a witness has testified. And I say that only to dispel any idea that he alone may be treated unfair. If it is unfair, it's unfair to everybody who's had to testify here.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, again, without any qualification, we accept the assurances about the intentions and the patterns of the commission. We have nothing to say about that. The issue we are raising, the fact that no witness has been given information before doesn't make it right with respect. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Whether it's been done throughout, then so be it. Maybe those witnesses did not make the requests, the repeated requests that we made, or maybe they didn't need the statement. We do.
Mr. Mpofu, the practical and logical point is this, that witnesses often have to confirm when the oath is administered that this is my statement and that's my signature. Yeah. And often they have to correct those statements and say, no. So you can understand how impractical it is before a witness has confirmed that that's his final statement to distribute it.
Fair enough.
Because if a witness then, when they take their stand, they say, well, actually, as happened with Brigadier Nyuswa, I discard my previous statements and I'm now relying on the one that I finalized this morning. Yes. It would have been prejudicial to your client if the ones that Nyuswa had discarded were the ones given to him. So there are practical considerations that inform some of these processes. So don't dismiss them as being unworkable. They are there for a reason, these processes.
No, Chair and Commissioners, that's Commissioner Baloi's second point that you've just amplified. And again, we accept that. I'm not dismissing, I don't expect the Commission, I don't want to be in some debate with the Commissioners trying to justify some unjustifiable things here. I'm saying here, I accept that you may not, it's been explained to me now by the two commissioners, and I accept it, that it might not be a practical thing to do to give somebody a statement prior to their testimony. But I've given you examples where what you've just told me doesn't apply. So where's the statement of sender then, if what the two commissioners are saying? Because he has already testified, he has already owned his statement. So that explanation doesn't assist me. It might assist with another witness yet to come. But it cannot answer my complaint about witnesses that have already complained, or rather testified. Thank you.
Mr. Law, there was the point you wanted to respond to.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think to a large extent, Commissioners Baloyi and Khumalo have addressed this point, and I wanted to address it for the benefit perhaps of all future witnesses. If one has regard to the very letter that Mr. Mpofu has referenced from General Sinona's attorneys at page 27, if one has regard to paragraph 4, his legal representatives state, to the extent that Lieutenant Colonel Duma's testimony may implicate General Sinona, it will be prejudicial for their client to file an incomplete statement which is silent on allegations which may be made against him by Colonel Duma. This was drafted prior to Colonel Duma presenting himself before the Commission. Now, the challenge is whether or not his testimony may implicate him, and I think Mr. Mpofu correctly acknowledged that we don't have a crystal ball. What we have at any given time is a statement by a witness. And that is where Rule 3.5 kicks in. If that particular statement already implicates somebody, a Rule 3.5 should go out and setting out the extent of the implication. But whether the statement does not, then the Rule 3.5 notice is not issued. But in the course of testimony, the witness may expand on his statement and in the course of doing so implicate. That is not the original statement that implicated. It is important that anyone who will be called to appear understands that. And the point Commissioner Baloyi made, Brigadier Nyuswa is a brigadier, testified on Wednesday, the 17th. Technically, this 17th of June, by the 1st of June, General Sinona's team wanted a copy of his statement. And as the Commissioner points out, the Commission does not release any statement until the witness has confirmed it. So I don't know how we can potentially assist General Sinona, but I think it is important to point out that it is not a decision that is necessarily prejudicial to him. It's prejudicial to all. So it cannot be claimed that we are being particularly harsh to General Sinona. There is no basis for such conclusion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Law. I forgot to thank you at the end of your reply, Mr. Mpofu. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I think it would be best to leave it there, Chairperson. We really appreciate the opportunity to place those concerns on the record.
Thank you. What you said when I raised the issue of what outstanding information you still required, I think charted the way forward, in the sense that you said, let's go ahead. So I accept that. Let us start with the testimony. Let's go ahead. If anything arises at whatever point, it should be dealt with at that stage. That is, as and when it does arise.
Thank you, Chair. Just a correction for the record.
Yes.
I understand that the protocol is to refer to people with their titles. So to the extent that I said sender, I meant warrant officer sender. Sometimes I get confused with these ranks, but it was not out of any disrespect.
I also do that from time to time, not so much just referring to the surname, but I forget the ranks.
The ranks.
And I do something that I know is technically incorrect. I just say officer, for example, sender.
Yeah.
But officers are commissioned officers, not every police.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We are ready to begin.
Yes.
General Sinona, as you have confirmed, you have filed a supplementary statement. and we have confirmed it is yours. It goes up to page 11, and it is, as is practice in the commission, any new statement that is filed, the witness is afforded an opportunity to speak to the contents thereof, either by reading the statement or highlighting certain aspects within the statement and paraphrasing without undue interruption. And I would like to give you this opportunity perhaps to do so. Which parts you choose to read and which you choose to summarize will be at your discretion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. I, under design legislation, do hereby make an oath and say that I'm a Major General in the South African Police Service. I'm currently employed as the Provincial Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation in KwaZulu-Natal. I must also emphasize that although I'm still employed with the DPCI, I'm currently placed on suspension. And the suspension talks to the issues of, in the suspension letter, they say because of the storage and the theft of exhibits, which emanated from the Commission, as my senior counsellor has alluded to earlier before the Commissioners.
Did the suspension not lapse, or did I misunderstand?
Commissioner, if you allow me,
yes.
What happened after I've testified here, I was taken out of my office at gunpoint and on the 31st of January. I raised the issues of safety, but a ruling was done. I was taken out of my office, escorted with firearms, and I was told not to come back to the office. My tools of trades were taken, and the suspension
sorry, General. I just want clarity on whether the suspension has not since lapsed. I think even Mr. Mpofu touched on that and said because nothing happened over the specified period of time, it lapsed. Now you are saying you are under suspension.
Yes,
it's because of that I wanted to get clarity on whether it has lapsed. It has since lapsed.
Commissioner, it's two suspensions.
Oh, okay.
The first one I was provided with, I was suspended, and because evidence was given at the Commission under oath. When you are suspended in the police, within 60 calendar days, a disciplinary hearing must have commenced. And then on the 22nd of May, it was 77 days after I was suspended, the suspension was uplifted, of which it was uplifted by my supervisor, who didn't have the powers to do so because the regulation talks about the chairperson, who must either uplift or extend it by 30 days. If the disciplinary hearing is not finalized, it must be uplifted automatically. It's an automatic upliftment. On the 3rd, after I've appeared here, on the 3rd of June, I was called I went to the office here in Pretoria, met with my supervisor. I was provided with another suspension. The second suspension that I'm on now talks to the issues of theft and storage of drugs at Port Shepstone.
Oh, thank you.
Today, I must bring
continue.
I must bring it under the Commission attention that I'm more than willing to assist this Commission. I am here, but the date the Commission gave me, already there was a date for me to attend another disciplinary hearing today at 10 o'clock. It's currently ongoing. To show that I'm willing to assist the Commission, I opted to come here, not to go that side. Thanks, Commissioner.
That answers me. Thank you, General.
Can I continue, Commissioner? I filed this I have previously filed statements with the Commission and testified at the Commission on the 27, 28, and 21 January 2026. I filed this further statement at the direction of the Commission in terms of the summonses of 29 April 2026, and I'm duly authorized to dispose this statement. The facts set out in this statement are within my personal knowledge unless otherwise stated or indicated by the context alternatively. Obtained through reports made to me in the course of my duties by the various functionaries within the DPCI-KZN. Further, alternatively, to the extent possible or feasible, I will attach any documents I rely on in substantiation of the averments I make herein. This statement. This statement is filed in response to the Regulation 10.6 notice of 24 May. In that notice, the Commission called upon me to answer certain questions relating to the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets, cocaine. I want to add the word suspected cocaine. At the CHC Depot, 14th CHC Depot, the Avenue East, 14th Avenue East, Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbour, on the 22nd of June 2021, which was booked at Isipingo under reference number SAP 13/373/2021. The Regulation 10.6 notice issued pursuant to the subpoena of 29 April directs that I comprehensively address the seizure of 541 kilograms of drugs, in brackets is cocaine. I want to also add suspected cocaine at the CHT Depot, 14th, the Avenue East, Isipingo, Prospect, Devon Harbour on the 22nd. I have attached my answers to the Regulation 10.6 SLS1. It forms part of my sworn statement. In the body of this sworn statement, however, I address certain challenges on the management of my evidence at the Commission. Issues concerning the management of my evidence. I think some of these issues, it will be a repetition. My senior counsel has addressed the Commission in respect of that. On the 29th of April 2026, the Commission issued a summons calling me to tender certain evidence. Notably, that summons did not raise any new issues. I communicated as much to the Commission through my attorneys of record on the 4th of May, when I also requested that in the event that there are additional documents and or information the Commission intends to make use of during General Mkhwanazi's appearance, we request that he be furnished with information, in brackets, documentary and or otherwise, close bracket, timelessly to enable adequate preparation. A copy of this correspondence is attached as LS2. The request has not been met. At least 3 witnesses have given evidence implicating me in the drug seizure and storage of 22 June 2021. A 4th is set to tender evidence via audio link and in camera. The first of these witnesses to testify was Major General Flynn. His statement was filed on the 4th of May 2026, and he gave evidence at the Commission on the 5th and 6th May 2026. The second witness was retired Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo. To date, the date of his redacted, so I do not know when his statement was filed with the Commission. So which means the date he disposed this statement, I'm not aware of it. In any event, he testified on the 7th, 11th, and 18th May 2026. The Commission only furnished me with their statements late afternoon on Friday, 29 May 2026, a mere 2 days before my own statement had to be filed with the Commission on the 1st June 2026. It's more, I was also called upon by the summonses of the 29 April 2026 to testify on the 8th of May 2026, and then postponed to 1 June, although I was advised that my testimony may stand down to the 5th of June 2026. As an aside, I have several concerns regarding my evidence tendered by Colonel Prinsloo. These include his failure to disclose to the Commission that he informed the district commissioner in that district about the storage of the drugs and that he requested visible policing patrols in the area. He alleges that I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested additional assistance from my office.
Sorry, General Snona, just to be clear, you're still referring to the suspected cocaine, not another storage?
100%, Commissioner. Apologies for my oversight. I think it will happen oftenly, but I apologize upfront if it is allowed, Commissioner. Thank you. Where was I? I instructed that no one be informed about the storage, but he never requested any additional assistance from my office. Reference is made to paragraph 7 of his statement, of his affidavit, disposed to shortly after the incident. I'm not sure if that statement is here, Commissioners. I want to check so that I can read the paragraph, but it is not here, but we submitted it previously in January.
If I may be of assistance, that is what we're trying to establish. There are actually two statements by Colonel Prinsloo. There is one, you said immediately after the incident. There is one of the 23rd of November 2021 and another of, I think, the 25th of November 2021. And I mention this perhaps just to ask your attorneys or your representatives to guide us specifically which statement they're referring to, and we'll be able to locate it, and then you can have regard thereto.
Is a statement that he made immediately after the incident where we were requested by Lieutenant General Musikidi to provide affidavit of the incidents.
Hence, I say there are 2 days apart. The one is the 23rd of November, the other one is the 25th of November.
If it's presented before me, because it's a long time ago, I'll be able to say this is the one. I think in January, we did talk to the statement. It was handed in before the Commission. I'm referring to that one that we were dealing with in January.
I think Advocate Talk might be able to assist. In the meantime, if it doesn't disturb your flow, you may continue while we try and locate the actual statement you are referring to.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo also failed to disclose the visit to me by Brigadier Naika, who is from head office, and the 2 warrant officers at Port Shepstone offices. Commissioners, my office never received any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspections. Reference is made to paragraph 10 of Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo's statement that he deposited immediately after the incident. I'm saying this, Commissioners, because when head office visit any of the provincial offices, the protocol will be that you report at the provincial office your presence, and then in that I'm visiting this office. If it is investigation of a sensitive nature, you just report your presence and you go do your investigation. And I have never received any report from national office or any document in respect of such a visit, as well as the outcome of the inspections that was conducted there. He indicated that he could not...
General?
Yes,
is the point, I'm trying to understand the point you're making here at 12.2. Is it that you dispute that there was such a visit that he speaks to in paragraph 10, as you say, in paragraph 10 of that affidavit? Or you say you accept there was such a visit, but the only issue you're taking is it was never disclosed to you? And I'm trying to understand that I don't lose the significance of why you're saying
Yes, Commissioner. You are 100% correct. I'm not disputing the visit.
Yes.
However, I'm indicating to the commissioners, although I didn't put it here, that the visit initially was never brought to my attention. And thereafter, even a report of such an inspection was never brought or sent to my office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. He indicated that he could not smell anything suspicious, despite another member allegedly observing a burning smell. Although he testified about the security concerns and challenges at the offices, he failed to escalate these concerns directly to my attention after his alleged unsuccessful attempts with supply chain management. At no stage were the security concerns at Port Shepstone brought to my attention prior to the storage of these drugs there. I think I also testified to that effect in 27 until the 29th. I did highlight these, commissioners. He also failed to complete the relevant document to the handing over and control of the safe keys, despite him being aware of the applicable procedures. These procedures were not within my knowledge, and I've never dealt with the same before, even in relation to the safe in my office. Commissioners, here I'm saying I am not an expert in the supply chain management issues. There was a document that was presented before this commission by Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the handing over of the safe keys and so forth. It was the first time I saw it. I won't know everything in the South African Police Services. When the keys were handed over, I would have expected him to say, let me complete this relevant document in order for you to sign. And
are you, sorry to interrupt you, General. Are you talking about the instance where the keys were handed over to you after the suspected contain had been placed inside this strong room, whatever it's called?
Correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Unless, because he never testified that I tried to complete that and hand, so that they must sign for the keys or so. It never happened, and he never testified in that instances. Although I'm saying before this commission, that document, I saw it for the first time before the commission. I won't know everything in the police. Commissioners, he failed to properly inspect the office premises during the afternoon of the Sunday on the 7th of November 2021 and the morning of Monday, 8th November 2021, despite observing that lights were on at the ground floor, which he considered abnormal. No occurrence book entries were made in this regard. All I'm trying to highlight here, Commissioners, I testified previously that they were instructed to do the after-hour visit. And I consider this visit of Sunday as one of the after-hour visit, as per my instruction after the storage. But if you do that, you must go and patrol the entire office and check if everything is still intact. What is significant, he knew what was stored there, but he never went down. In his testimony, he said he only went into his office and did what he did, and from there he left, of which it leaves a vacuum in my mind why he never did that. He further failed to disclose the visit by Brigadier Nyusa to the Port Shepstone offices on Tuesday, the 2nd of November 2021, shortly before the theft occurred. I can confirm, Commissioners, that Brigadier Nyusa also testified here, and he confirmed that he did visit the office on the 2nd of November 2021. But from where I'm sitting, I've never visited that office ever since those drugs were stored at Port Shepstone. In any event, I appeared before the Commission on the 1st June 2026 and my evidence was stood down to 5 June 2026. In the meantime, while I was preparing this statement and consulting on the 29 April summonses, the 24 May Regulation 10.6 notice, and the statements of Messrs. I will say General Flynn and Lieutenant Colonel Prinsloo, the Commission led the evidence of Warrant Officer Carl Sanders and also ruled that Lieutenant Colonel Dumas' evidence, which also relates to the theft of the cocaine, could be led via audio link while shielding his identity from the public. At this point, my attorneys wrote to the Commission requesting that my evidence be stood down and my statement filed at a later date after all the evidence implicating me was laid. In this way, I could provide a complete answer to the Commission, which necessarily include answering any allegations made against me in the seizure of the drugs and their storage. The letter is attached as LS3. The Commission responded via emails contending that I was only required to respond to the issues in the subpoena and the Regulation 10.6. The Commission's Ms. Geraldine Berger stated that is what constitutes his testimony to the Commission, and that if all that is required of, and that is all that is required of him now. She goes on to state that I will be served with a Regulation 3.5 notice and afforded an opportunity to deal with my implication, but records that my statement is not impacted by someone else's version of the truth. The email is attached as LS4. Her opinion was in the end proven wrong when Warrant Officer Sander took the stand again on 2 June 2026. Insofar as Warrant Officer Sanders is concerned, he was questioned by Commissioner Khumalo on his temporary placement letter that was signed by me. Commissioner Khumalo noted that I am coming to give evidence on the 5th of June 2026, and Commissioner Khumalo stated that the allegation you made is very serious and it goes to the heart of the terms of reference of the Commission. Because you implied yesterday that your superior were moving you out of the way because you were stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Now I want to try and understand that allegation. Is that an allegation you are making against General Senona? And is it something we must put to him when he comes to give evidence on Friday? Warrant Officer Sanders responded, Commissioner, I think it will eventually come out that the suspects who stole the drugs are known. When asked by Commissioner Khumalo, known by who, he said, I was informed by Colonel Jacob personally who they are, but the links to the management. Commissioner Khumalo then interjected and said, the links to the management of DPCI, and Warrant Officer Sanders agreed. He went on to say that the only inference he can draw is that he suffered repercussions. It was then put to Sanders by Commissioner Khumalo that Warrant Officer Sanders believed that he was placed in another department because his superiors were moving him out of the way because he was stepping on the toes of the drug traffickers. Commissioner Khumalo then said, I just want to be clear. You are saying General Senona among others, to which Warrant Officer Sanders responded, no, sir. I said General Senona was the one who moved me. I'm going to continue. I want to explain something after this. The distinct impression he had already been created that first I transferred Sanders and second that I did so for nefarious reasons. This is just not true. I have attached a letter SLS5, an email that I received from Lieutenant General Libya, the then national head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, NO, Major General Suraj Bali, who is the DPCI Head of Executive Support Services, dated 5 February 2024, directing my office to engage with the complaint and provide the national head with feedback by 23 February 2024. The complainant's email was addressed to the national head and others, not to myself. I only became aware of the complaint when I received the instruction from the DPCI national head. I later received a further instruction from General Suresh Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of this email. I have no recollection of subjecting the member to a polygraphic test relating to the theft of a coffee machine. I should not have to answer this allegation in this statement. I do so out of caution and attach the mails from Lieutenant General Levia because of the very real prospects that these questions may be directed at me, even though I have not received the requisite notices and additional documents from the Commission. Commissioners, I want to add that on these paragraphs, the placement of Warrant Officer Sanders, the complaint, it was very serious. I think the commission has also this document, which they provided to us later, I think in the early hours of yesterday. They have this complaint whereby there was a serious allegations of Warrant Officer Sander and other members involved in the theft of cocaine at the harbor and selling it to a specific gang. I'm just worried to say names of other people that never came here, because the last time I was caused to say certain names, and I'm on litigation for your information, Commissioner, as we speak. Now, based on the allegations, they were of a serious nature that warranted that in that process, if my memory serves me well, Colonel Jacobs was the acting provincial commander. Brigadier Nyusa was not there. The process that I followed, I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sander. I wrote a letter. I signed it. It was flagged here. I saw this is my signature, but it was redacted. I placed him at supply chain management until the investigation is finalized. It's a process that we do in the police. Like myself now, my supervisor is an example I'm making. My supervisor has suspended me. He was placed as elsewhere. Mine is worse because evidence was given under oath before this commission and I was suspended. So it is a process when there are allegations against you elsewhere or suspended. He was never suspended and he never lost any income. He got his full salary, his danger allowances, and the scarce skills allowance. So the issue of the coffee machine, commissioners, in that office where he was placed, I don't remember him because I was watching the commission on that day. I don't remember him, I might be wrong, informing the commission that actually in that office there were 4 thefts. It is in the provincial office. Nobody will just come in there. A member of the public, even your good self, you will never come in. You will be escorted into the building if you are not working there. There was a theft of a camera of the state. There was a theft of a state laptop, which possesses sensitive information in that office. There was also a theft of a laminating machine. His coffee machine was the last one. The person who initiated and applied for these members that are employed in the supply chain management where this Sander was placed was initiated by Brigadier Nyoswa. I was out of office by then. The only thing I did is to sign the call-up instruction and say all these members must go for polygraph test because there was no break-in, but things are disappearing. And I believe that was done bona fide, not to punish any person, commissioners. So those are the issues that I wanted to address, although they are not in the Regulation 10.6 or on the subpoena, just to give the commissioners a clear picture as what happened. He comes here and cry and say, I subjected him to the, what you call, a polygraph test for the theft of his coffee machine. That is not correct. Maybe for lack of a better word, it is insane of me to shall have done that, commissioners. If you are a victim, then I put you on the polygraph test. That is wrong. He misled the commission. I want to pause there and continue with my statement.
Sorry, General. I'm not sure I follow that. What exactly is not correct?
It is not correct that he was subjected to polygraph examination because of the theft of his own coffee machine that was stolen in that office. It was not only him. The person who initiated everything and made arrangement is Brigadier Nyuswa. I only signed the call-up instruction. And I believe the commission is in possession of those documents. I don't have my tools of trade since they were taken when I was taken at gunpoint out of my office. My laptop, my gun, my laptop is gone, and then documents that I was supposed to prepare for my disciplinary, I was taken out of my office like somebody, I don't know, for lack of a better word, like a dog. And that thing is still a pain here. And it cost me to lie in hospital for 2 weeks. Now, I'm telling the commission here to show certain implication. I'm not requesting for any mercy, but I want to assist this commission. Now, Commissioner Kumalo, I hope I answered you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes, you have.
Pardon me, I'm addressing all of you as commissioners, but if I have to say chair, I will try and say rectify.
I am a commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, please continue.
Or rather say justice. Commissioner Kumalo also interposed at some point stating that this was integral to the commission's terms of reference and inquired whether the evidence would have to be put to me. So it is indeed so that any statement I give is twofold. It is in the first instance my recordal of facts as I know them, and second, my response to the averment made about me in the Rule 3.5 notice that I received contrary to Mrs. Berger's opinion. I say with respect that my treatment at the commission is being unfair, and I'm a civil servant with 38 years of service now. My means are limited, and the piecemeal manner in which my evidence is being managed is materially impacting my ability to protect my rights and interest at the commission. I'm not asking for any unique or irregular, simply that the evidence implicating me is led and thereafter I respond thereto. As matters stand, I have had to prepare this statement at short notice, and as it turns out, may very well have to file another statement to deal with Sanders and other witnesses' evidence. It certainly cannot be that Sanders and others' evidence, controversial as it is, and which paints me as having irregular transferred him, can go unchallenged. It also cannot be that the evidence, as stated by Commissioner Kumalo, must be put to me, as I was not served with a Regulation 3.5 statement and a Regulation 10.6 notice or any other material documents. I have simply been advised by Ms. Berger that this will transpire. This process is called for in the rules of the Commission itself to protect the rights and interests of witnesses who appear before it. I want to also add the following in my evidence in chief, that when Warrant Officer Sander was placed back to his office, these were my words, Commissioners. I informed Brigadier Nyuswa that Warrant Officer Sander, because this investigation is taking too long, someone from the legal services wanted to stop his allowances. And then if it is the employer who placed you elsewhere, you can't do that. And then as the investigation was continuing, the only thing that was found at that stage was the misconduct of him not declaring the directorship of a shooting practice company. However, I think the investigation is ongoing of those allegations because they are of a serious nature. I don't know what is the status at this stage, but I said Warrant Officer Sanda can go back to SOKI. SOKI is Serious Organized Crime Investigation. I've never specified that he shouldn't be placed where he was. I said he can go back to SOKI. SOKI is where he came from. And as far as I'm concerned, he was supposed to go back to his normal duties. I don't remember writing a letter writing specifically there that he must be placed at EPR, as it was said by Brigadier Nyuswa. I don't have a recollection of me doing that, but my recollection is he can go back to Serious Organized Crime Investigation in Durban office, where he was working before. I wanted to bring that under the attention while I'm still under oath.
Can I just understand, when you say you don't recall, is that equal to saying you never gave such an instruction? Because Brigadier Nyuswa was quite firm about it, that it was your instruction, and he followed your instruction that he goes to EPR.
Commissioner, I've never given that instruction. If I have given it, I would have or the commission would have got a document as much as I placed him in supply chain management. Certain things we do them in writing in the police. This verbal instruction, it is out of necessity to do verbal instruction because of the situation we are facing with. This one, it was not an urgent thing, Commissioner. So you're correct. I never gave Brigadier Nyuswa that type of an instruction that he mustn't go back there, he must go there.
On the back of that explanation, there must then be, given the explanation you are giving, that you do things in writing, there must then be a letter where you say he should be taken back to SANEP.
I believe so, Commissioners. Okay. However, as I said, my tools of trades were taken by force.
Yes.
On the 31st of January, my laptop and everything, I don't know what happened there. Even now, trying to get certain information to assist the Commission, it was a serious mountain to climb.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, General. You say the investigations are ongoing. That is, investigations in respect of the serious allegations concerning Lieutenant Colonel Sanda.
Warrant Officer.
Warrant Officer. Oh, I'm promoting him. Sorry about that. If I'm not mistaken, I think his testimony was that those investigations had come to an end. Somebody told him so. I forget the detail around that, but that's the distinct impression he created. Perhaps, in fact, more than just an impression, I think he said so in so many words. Now, do you know anything about that?
Commissioner, as I've indicated, since 31 January, I was never at work.
No,
there is that possibility.
My sense was that this was a matter of a few months, which would mean, if correct, you were still there. So it was before your suspension. That was my sense.
Yeah, I do not have a proper recollection of that, Commissioner. But as far as I'm concerned, it is not easy to close that type of investigation at a very short space of time. The way it was dealt with, because also the DPP was involved guiding that investigation.
And I see here that this was signed, the letter that moved him to another section. It was, I'm looking at page...
File 2, Exhibit Bundle, Port Shepstone, page 475.
CJC 239.
Into the letters. Oh, you've got it, General. Yeah, you see the date there on the letter that moved him to supply chain. You don't
Just a moment.
Oh, gosh.
Just a moment.
Or we'll can
you flight it, please?
Oh, maybe it should
Oh,
be
yes,
flighted,
I think if
yes.
it's flighted, it will assist. We'll arrange over the break. Thank you.
The date on the General is the 13th of February, 2024. It's more than 2 years now. Have you been receiving any reports at all about the investigation? That is prior to your suspension, of course.
I can recall that I was receiving progress report. I think Lieutenant Colonel Mchali is now Colonel, was appointed to investigate. And then when he write a progress report, he will write it to Brigadier Nyuswa. Mm-hmm. Brigadier Nyuswa will forward the email to me, and then I will read it when I'm happy, because my main function as the provincial head is to receive a report, read them, and report to head office. I will receive reports seeking my advice. I'll provide an advice where it is necessary. And I recall receiving progress reports, sending them to head office.
And would this be indicating that the investigation is ongoing, or what would they be saying about progress on the investigation or progress about the investigation?
They were talking about profiling. If I recall, I'm just talking out of experience, yes, commissioners, because I don't have those reports here. Mm-hmm. But it's a question of what processes were followed during that investigation and what was outstanding. Those are the reports we were reporting at National Office at that stage. I confirmed that this is my signature. This is the letter that I signed. I placed in there based on the complaint and advice by head office. It's a pity they only send us when we request through my attorneys. They only send us the complaint. But that email that they said I must make sure I place the member elsewhere, they never provided us with that. The national office, and of which I'm on suspension. I can't force them. There's nothing I can do. I'm not even allowed to go to any offices of the DPCI.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Chair, if it may assist, I see it's already 11:28. Perhaps during the tea break, the General may have regard to CJC 282. That's from page 1003 and 1003. I say perhaps we do that over the tea break. That's the documentation relating to the suspension that the chair is engaging the General on. The complaint is part of his statement, but the remainder of the documents is not.
When we break, if you could engage Mr. Mpofu and the General as to the exact file. Yeah. Thank you.
Do so, Chair. Thank you.
And perhaps let's... Yes, Mr.
No,
Mpofu.
I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Let's take the...
Commissioner.
General, yes.
I've got a request.
Yes, yes.
It's only one paragraph and my statement is done. Then it's my humble request that I finish this one paragraph, and then when we come back...
That makes practical sense.
We deal with 10.6.
Okay, please
I humbly request
No,
Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you. There is no reason that I should be treated differently and expected to give evidence in the absence of this document. There is also no reason why my evidence must be elicited in a piecemeal fashion. There is nothing unreasonable in seeking that all the evidence against me is laid first and then that I responded to after receiving the requisite Rule 3.5 statements, annexures, and Regulation 10.6 notices where applicable. It is imperative that I provide comprehensive evidence, but I cannot do so when I'm faced with unreasonably short time periods to file my statement, and when I'm preparing these statements, further damning evidence is laid against me. Nevertheless, since I'm under the subpoena and want to assist the Commission, I tender with this statement my answers to the 25th of May 2026 Regulation 10.6, but record that I will be materially prejudiced should I be expected to testify on anything tendered by Duma and Osanda on 5 June. As I indicated, I have elected to attach my responses as an annexure. It is filed as LS1. That is what I wanted to highlight, and then I'll go to the questions after the break. Thank you very much for that permission, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Let's adjourn and resume at midday.
It's just gone 11:59. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are on silent or off. Thank you. Devices are
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have located the statement by Colonel Prinsloo that the General references in his statement. It is being copied, and he would like to make direct reference thereto. It should be with us shortly. Perhaps then, before we might take this opportunity to, and secondly, we have provided his legal team with the full exhibit files, so that each time reference is made to any particular exhibit, they have a full set with them.
Which file is it again? And CJC what?
The combined exhibit files for Port Shepstone, they should now be in about 3 or 4 files. The statement, the Prinsloo statement that the General references in his statement is being copied, and it shall be made available. I was going to propose that in the interim, we then deal with the second part of the issues he had covered, and regarding the complaint against Warrant Officer Sander. And now that we have all our files, I had indicated, I think it starts actually from page 1001, CJC 281. That would be file number 4, file number 3. CJC 282. Page 1001. No, in fact, CJ 281. CJC 281. That's where it starts.
It's the Jacob file. I think that's what it says on this file.
It's marked as Jacob file, Island, yeah.
Did you say CJC?
CJC 281.
281.
And that should be at page 1001. And following. You recall that the General indicated that he had received a complaint from the member of the public regarding Warrant Officer Sander's conduct. And that complaint, the original complaint, is, as the General has it, as LS5, page 30 of his statement. He indicated he only has the statement but not the remainder of the documents relating to that complaint and the investigations. So I pointed out that those will be found in the exhibit files and how the matter progressed. Do you confirm that's what you have, General?
Page 1004.
Starting from 1001.
He's referring to the actual complaint, I think. It's 1004. That's where you were.
1001.
1004.
1004.
Oh, the actual complaint.
The actual
yes,
complaint.
That's correct.
I confirm this is the complaint I received from the National Head Office.
And I say then the documents following reports, or to be reports relating or submitted in respect of this complaint. If I may just cross-check.
What comes after is a handwritten document.
I see that.
Yes.
I see that we are looking for page.
Is it the information note 1082?
It is the information notes, CJC 289.
Yeah.
I apologize, it would appear they are not exactly filed in order in the exhibit files. So, General, you have located the actual complaint.
Correct, Commissioners.
And then if you go forward to page 1088, then should be the information note regarding the investigation into Colonel Sanda and following.
Mr. Lo, what is 1056?
1056 should be CJC 289 is a couple of documents. It runs from 1050 to 1105. So it's a series of the documents relating to that complaint.
So 1051 would be an information note on the same matter.
On the same
and then
matter.
carrying on.
And then carrying on until 1105, Commissioner. I was pointing that out for the General to remind himself regarding what happened with this complaint, because he said since his suspension he did not have access to his gadgets, and whether he's able to respond to a question from the commissioners about what eventually became of this complaint prior to his suspension, as I understand it, in January of 2026. Would that assist you, General?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I think what has just happened is what my senior counsel was addressing the Commissioners about in the opening remarks regarding documents that I didn't have prior to me coming here. This, I'm seeing it for the first time here, receiving it for the first time from the Commission. However, I can see the document, I recall the document, but for the purpose of assisting the Commission, I will respond. I will indicate that in this document, I'm not sure what was the question, if it can be repeated, so that I can be able to respond appropriately.
Yeah. Mr. Law says this arises from a question that I asked, which was your knowledge as to the fate of the investigation.
Or the finalization?
Yes. Whether finalized, yes. Okay. In fact, yes, I introduced the question by referring to the fact that warrant, no, who was it? No.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Warrant Officer Sanda said that this had been finalized.
Commissioner?
That's, it arose from that. And then there was one or two follow-ups.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
When you look at the report, this report was compiled for head office by me after I was provided the information by my subordinates. They wrote it, I read it, and then I was happy. But Commissioners, when you look at page 1089 of the same document, there is a paragraph 3 that talks about evidence already obtained. And then I don't want to waste time, and then you go to page 1090. It will say progress report, and then it talks about the tech shop and all the stuff. You see, when we conduct investigations in the DPCI, there are different things that we do. You'll realize that on paragraph 4, it talks about the investigation that was conducted in line with the FIC, Financial Intelligence Center. When we conduct the investigation, that office is one part and parcel of our stakeholders that is assisting us. And then there were also recommendations by the FIC in terms of this report. And then when you go to page 1091, there is the outcome of a specific investigation whereby the paragraph 7 that talks to him not declaring the directorship of this company of his. Then that part of the investigation, we have a risk and integrity management section that also assisted in this investigation, not necessarily the criminal part of it. Look, it is a wide scope that they do when we do investigation. And they are the ones who came with these recommendations of the disciplinary issue matter against the warrant officer Sanders. Then I signed it, I sent it. These issues that I hear does not necessarily indicate that the criminal conduct as it is depicted in the complaint, it has been finalized. There are certain sections that are directing us towards that were finalized, but not the actual criminal conduct as per the original complaint, commissioners.
Can I just to check this without probing, that from your earlier evidence that you directed Brigadier Nyuswa that the member must return to his original position, from that it surely must mean that at that point, when you gave the direction that you say you gave, you had formed the view that there was no concern with him returning to SANEP. It seems to me that it can only mean that if you have made that decision.
My decision was that he must go back to SOKI, Serious Organized Crime Investigations.
Not that he should go back to his original position. I may have misunderstood you earlier because I thought I understood you to say.
It might be a mistake not to say SOKI SANAP, but I said SOKI. SOKI is serious organized crime, and serious organized crime is divided into 3 subsections. The NPVC, National Priority Violence Crime, SANEP, South African Narcotic Enforcement Bureau, and the EPR. So my directive, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I can recollect, I said he must go back to SOKI.
And again, it's to try and understand properly what that evidence means, that Brigadier Nyuswa could have returned him to SANEP and you would not have considered it to be in defiance of your direction.
Come again, Commissioner?
SOKI has 3 units that you have listed. One of them is SANEP.
Yes.
If Brigadier Nyuswa had placed him at SANEP, where he originally was,
yes, Commissioner,
instead of EPR, that would still have been in compliance with your instruction that he must return to SOKI.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's one issue. I had understood, I can't recall which document it was and which witness gave this evidence, but I had understood that the complaint was investigated, the very complaint we're talking about. They could not get hold of the complainant because either the email was bogus or it did not exist, and that's as far as they could take it. That was my understanding, and I could be wrong. So what I'm asking you is really confirmation of your understanding. Is that, do you have similar understanding, or you cannot respond because you're not sure what the facts are?
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Although it is not raised in the regulation 10.6, but I will assist.
Can I just say something, because you keep repeating this issue? Can I just say something? You get 10 sixes from the evidence leaders and the attorneys. When commissioners are sitting here, they might look at a file and see a document. And if they consider that document to be relevant, they will ask you a question on it. So I hope you won't keep saying, well, because it's not in a 10.6, I take issue with the question that is being asked. Because we are here to establish facts. And in a 10.6, I can tell you now, you can't put everything that is in all these files. Otherwise, your 10.6 will be 50 pages long. You know, you are given the substance of what you will be questioned on. But the actual detail, as I look at this document, for example, I recall something that somebody said. I may be the only person who recalls it. And then I ask you to clarify that issue. So there, I don't see why you would say, oh, but it's not in a 10.6. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner, I was just putting on record, but I'm going to respond to the Commissioner's clarity-seeking question. It's just certain things need to be placed on record. I was legally advised that the Commission findings might be put on review. Hence, I'm putting certain things.
I already saw that from Mr. Mpofu's opening remarks.
Yeah, so hence, I want to put it on record because it might come back and say, why you never said 1, 2, 3. But to respond to your clarity-seeking question, Commissioner, I want to indicate that in the execution of our duties as members of the South African Police Services, yes, there are instances where you find out that a person who lodged a complaint, you can't find him. There are instances whereby people report things on an anonymity basis, like your so-called whistleblower. So what you are saying, if you say somebody said that, I won't say it is incorrect or correct, but there is a probability.
In fact, I'm reminded by my co-commissioner that in the very document that you say you signed, the information note on 1082, paragraph 2.2. 1082, paragraph 2.2. 1080. Also, I think the information notes are similar. The other one is from February, the other one is from October. So even if you look at the October one on 1088, you will find that.
Yeah. Hence, Commissioner, I said this. I didn't have access before I come here with this thing, so I'm going there to have a look. And my response was, it happens sometimes that you don't happen to find the complainant, because when you are doing your investigation, there are instances where the complainant must clarify certain things for you in order to continue. Sometimes you don't find this complainant, and then there are issues that relate to the so-called whistleblowers. So if it is contained in this report, I'm trying to find the paragraph the Commissioner is referring to.
2.2.
1088, the very same report you were looking at, General. 1088.
Yeah, I see that it was we wrote that I must read it. An email was sent to the complainant. Sorry, so I'm not going to say names, Commissioners. Please bear with me. That to him that Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Unit was investigating the matter, but he never responded. As a result, an interview was never conducted with him, which means we were aware that the complainant is a he because of the names at the bottom. But it was a progress report. Once you receive a complaint or a docket to investigate, they say, General Senuna, this is your docket. The first thing that you do, you must interview the complainant and introduce yourself as the person who will be leading that investigation.
I think you've answered me, General. I just wanted to clarify if you are aware that this was the position.
I'm reminded now.
I was
Thank
also
you.
reminded because
Yes.
I did not have the reference, so thank
you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. I trust that takes care of the issue that arose. Before we leave this topic, General, there was a discussion about the suspension of Warrant Officer Sanda. And to that end, you were referred to page 475. That was the letter you signed, dated the 13th of February. You recall that? Would you want to if you want to go there, CJC 239, page 475. We flighted the letter, you confirmed, you signed that letter.
Which bundle, Mr.?
Second, 475. That would be second bundle.
We were there. Page?
475. CJC 239.
Correct, Commissioners. This is not the suspension, it's the temporary placement.
My apologies. You're quite correct. Yes. I used a wrong term there. If I gave the commissioners an opportunity. Thank you. We had previously looked at this letter. And you indicated that the person acting at the time was Colonel Jacobs, correct? Because it's addressed to the acting provincial commissioner.
Correct, Commissioners.
And you testified this morning that both of you called Warrant Officer Sanda into your office, if I understood you correctly, where you engaged him on these issues and that temporary transfer.
I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sanders.
Yes.
After I've received the complaint.
Indeed.
Into my office.
Okay. I raise this with you because during his testimony, Warrant Officer Colonel Jacobs was referred to this letter. He was asked who was the acting provincial commander at the time, and he testified that he does not remember and that he doesn't know anything about this temporary transfer. And this, for reference purposes, will be transcript. We don't have to go there, trust me, to read it, of the 4th of June, 2026, from page 223 to page 226. That's where the engagement is taking place. Firstly, he suggests that he doesn't know who was acting, and secondly, that he was not part of a meeting where Warrant Officer Sanders was informed of the complaint and the transfer. Do you have a comment to that? As to why that would be the case?
If he says he doesn't remember, I can't answer on his behalf, but as far as my recollection is, he was there in my office with Warrant Officer Sander. As far as my recollection is. So I wouldn't... Sorry?
My apologies, go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. And in fact, there is a letter addressed to him appointing him as the acting district commander for that period, signed by you.
Acting what?
Provincial
commander. I get the titles wrong. I'll start again. You appointed him acting provincial commander for the period Brigadier Nyuswa was on leave, which is the period of when this complaint was received and acted upon.
Commissioners, if
before
I respond, sorry.
Just to explain, to assist you, and that would be found at CJC 290, page 1106. That would be the last bundle.
I must close the first one.
You may for the moment.
It's page 1106.
1106. My number incorrect.
I can confirm on 1107, this is my signature.
Yes.
And although I might have seen this document by then, but for the purpose of the commission, I'm seeing it for the first time here. I want to just put it on record, but it's him, Colonel Jacobs. Colonel G. Jacobs.
And you appointed him to act in that period, January to sometime in February.
The date of appointment, it says, from 29 January until 18 February 2024.
Yes. So I didn't quite understand. What are you seeing for the first time in the commission?
I'm saying by then, in 22 January 2024, because I've attached my signature, I might have seen this document by then, I confirm. But for the purpose of me coming to talk about it on the commission, I've just seen it now.
Okay. But now, on seeing it, it jolts your memory. It's your signature, you definitely did appoint him.
Absolutely correct. It's my signature. Is Colonel Jacobs, who was appointed to act in that period, which confirms my evidence in chief.
And then I point these out to you because in his evidence, as I say, pages 223 to 226, firstly, he says he doesn't know who was acting at in that period. He discounts the possibility it was him. He testified that he did not know of when Warrant Officer Sander was temporarily suspended, transferred is the word, as you testified. And he categorically denied that he was a part of that meeting. I'm inviting you for a comment because earlier today you testified that you instructed him to call Warrant Officer Sander to your office, at which you informed Warrant Officer Sander of all these developments and the complaints and the decision taken. Do you have a
Commissioners, I'm not, just pardon me with respect, I don't want to answer issues of Colonel Jacobs, but my answer is, this letter was signed by me, he was there. If he denied it or whatever, please allow me not to respond upon his answers or whatever. But this letter was signed by me. I testified earlier under oath, I'm still under oath, that I called him because he was acting to come with Warrant Officer Sander to my office. And that is where I effected this letter on page 475.
General Sinona, I believe the letter is being produced to point out that it supports your version.
I thank you very much
for that purpose. So I think your counsel nods because he appreciates. So you're not being caught out. It's simply to confirm that what you told the commission this morning, the commission has obtained a document that is favorable or supports your version.
Okay.
In fact, General, I think you should also be alerted that, at least according to my note, Warrant Officer Sander does put Jacob in the room. He says Jacob was present when you called him in.
As far as my recollection, yes, Commissioners.
And staying then on that complaint, which you have attached as LSF5, you deal with that at your paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement. And you recall that we looked at the documents relating to that complaint and how it was handled, just shortly.
You said paragraph?
Paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement, the statement we dealt with this morning.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, that's where you introduced this complaint.
Yes, Commissioner.
It might help, perhaps, if we go, maybe let me pose my question, we may have to go there. At paragraph 18, bottom of page 8, you state, no, that's the middle of that paragraph. You received an email from General Libea or Major General Suraj Bali. I apologize if I mispronounce. Directing your office to engage with the complaint. Then you further down to the bottom of the page, you state, I later received a further instruction from Major General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of the email. I point this out to you because the documents we have just looked at, starting with the complaint itself of 5th of February 2014, in that email chain, I cannot find where Major General Suraj Bali instructed you to place Warrant Officer Sanda on temporarily place him in another post. I don't have that email. I have a series of all these emails, starting with a complaint instruction to you and progress reports from time to time. But that particular email, where General Suraj Bali so instructs you, is not to be found. Are you able to explain, perhaps?
I went to head office the day I was suspended to request this information. And then I indicated they must send it to my attorney, all this information. They only sent us the complaint. So what the commission is in possession of, I don't know how the commission got hold of it, but all I'm saying, I was complying with the directive from national office. I cannot fail to comply with the directive from head office, because that might result to a serious misconduct or disregarding instructions of your senior.
So that, if I understand you correctly, the suspension of Warrant Officer Sanda was not entirely your decision. You were acting on the instruction of head office to temporarily place him in another post.
Correct. It is not the suspension.
Oh,
it is the temporary placement pending the outcome of the investigation.
I'll restate that. So that temporary placement was not your decision. You executed an instruction from
Correct.
General Suraj Bali.
Remember, commissioners.
I'm trying to understand what you are saying, so I don't misquote you.
I'm clarifying to you.
Please do. Thank you.
Council. Commissioner, at National Office, DPCI, in the office of the national head, there is a post called Executive Support at the level of a Major General. The national head of the DPCI does not sit and write letters and do correspondences and everything. The person holding this post will do those type of correspondences and everything through the directive given by the national head. It's like, I'll give you an example. In my previous office, I can't call it my office now because I'm placed on suspension. I'm having a staff officer. I will tell a staff officer, let's compile a letter to do 1, 2, 3. The staff officer will type the letter, bring it to me, and then I will read it. When I'm happy, I'll sign it. It goes out to wherever it's supposed to be going. So here, I did receive that directive, and I did comply with it.
So the directive, on this explanation you are giving and the position of this Major General, the directive then would have come from General Libya, not from this person, if all she is, or he is an executive assistant to General Libya.
Ordinarily, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner. I agree because...
So the correct way to read, or how you should have expressed it, if what I'm saying is correct, what you should have said or what you would have said is, I later received an instruction from General Libya. And if you like, you could have added through Major Suraj Bali, but the instruction has to be from General Libya, not the Major General, because he doesn't have authority to give you instructions.
Commissioner Valoy, you are 100% on the dot.
All right, thank you.
I apologize for not wording it properly and causing this confusion for the Commission, but you are 100% on the dot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps if we go to page 103 and 104 of the same file, we still have the same challenge whether the instruction came from Major General Suraj Bali or General Lebeya, because that email chain does not reflect such. If you go to page 1003 and 1004, that email correspondence starts at page 1004, and as you know, with email threads, we read from the back. There is the complaint dated the 5th of February on page 1004. And on the same date, Major General Suraj Bali directs this to you with a request that your office engage with the complainant and to provide feedback. If you go to 1003, then it's subsequent communication up until the 29th of February 2024. And nowhere in that chain of emails is there an instruction that Warrant Officer Sanda be placed on, or be temporarily transferred. You do confirm that's the case?
I confirm on this document it's not there,
Yes.
but as far as my recollection, I was given that instruction and an email was sent to me. So why it is not here, I am unable to assist the Commission, but it was given.
Thank you. To the extent that it exists and we have not been provided, I'm sure the Commission can address a request to Major General Suraj Bali or her office to provide it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Okay, can I just check? I mean, if the instruction, if you were acting on the instruction from head office, which is General Lebeya, surely the decision to restore or to return General Warrant Officer Sanda to Soki, as you say you gave that instruction, could also not be your decision, because first you removed him on the basis of an instruction we have established now. It would have been an instruction from General Lebeya. That's how you placed him somewhere else. The return, it seems to me that the overturning of that instruction also has to be based on an instruction from head office. And in your evidence earlier, you didn't speak that way. You spoke as it being your decision when certain circumstances happened. You made the decision that he should be returned. Can you just explain that?
Thank you, Commissioner Valoy. There are issues that necessitate certain actions, as the Commissioner was talking to me. Instruction was that placed him temporarily elsewhere until the finalization of the investigation. But as we were proceeding, the investigations were proceeding, we could see that from where I've seen the last reports, I think, the challenges that we had, whatever was found, and then I took it upon myself. I didn't go back and request that, can I place him back? I took it upon myself to place him back. I didn't request. Maybe I might have contravened the senior's instruction in doing so, but I took it upon myself as the investigation was progressing, because the instruction was pending the outcome of the investigation.
Okay.
Before we leave this, I think it was Brigadier Nyusa General who said he came to you with a request from Warrant Officer Sanda that he should be returned. to his previous position. And you did not want him returned to his previous position. You wanted him to go to the Economic Crimes Unit. And he never asked you for reasons why. He just accepted your decision. And I think, to be fair to you, I must put that to you so that you can respond to it, because it obviously contradicts the version you are giving today.
Commissioner, even if you say it contradicts my version, me, I'm telling you the truth. To supplement that, I'm telling you the truth as far as my recollection can. Earlier, I indicated that Colonel Jacobs, I called him to bring Sander. You assisted me with the letter here. Now, I'm saying, I don't recollect Brigadier Nyusa coming and telling me that Sander requested to be placed back. Because at some stages, a decision needed to be taken there, and commissioners. So, him saying Sander requested to be transferred back, no. I recall saying to Brigadier Nyusa that the member must be taken back to Soki. And then when we talk about Soki, serious organized crime, the provincial commander who is responsible for serious organized crime units, which are 5 in the province, is Brigadier Nyusa. So if he decided to place him at the EPR, he should have provided reasons why he did that. Because I must say, we comply with instructions, and if you are not happy with it, you comply and complain. That is the culture of the police. You comply, then you can put a complaint if you are not happy with it. And I want to also indicate that I'm still under oath. Then it's just that I'm being probed with this. If members are not treated fairly, like Warrant Officer Sander said before this commission, in relation to that, he was trembling on other people's toes. The correct process is to be followed. He should have went to the DPCI judge and lay a complaint.
Thank you. Let me just correct myself, just to be fair to you. This is what Brigadier Nyusa said, and I'm reading from paragraph 55 of his statement. At some point, warrant officer came to speak to me about returning to Soki. That's the correction I wanted to make. I told him that I would speak to General Sinona, who agreed that warrant officer could return to Soki, but not Sanep. General Sinona said warrant officer Sander must go to EPR.
Commissioner, allow me not to respond to Brigadier Nyusa's issues because I don't have that type of an affidavit. The one I'm having when I respond to the questions on 10.6, I will demonstrate what transpired there with Brigadier Nyusa. But I do not recall me telling him that he must go to EPR. It's me who took a decision to put him at supply chain. I was instructed to place him somewhere pending the finalization of the investigation. I agree, it's me who wrote that letter that you be placed here. But when we say going back to your office, interchanging things, it's not me. Because we can't transfer people without the authority. The person who's got the authority to transfer people is the national head.
Can I say, though, that if what happened is as you describe it, which is there was an investigation around allegations of drugs, that Warrant Officer Sander is involved in the distribution of drugs, and you say, as far as you know, that investigation has not been concluded, as in he wasn't cleared. It would be strange to me that when you say he must come back to Soki, you actually are happy for him to go back to SANEP. It would be very strange to me that you have referred to what you say is a very serious complaint, and on the face of it, of that email, it does look like a serious complaint. And then head office, you say, says to you, remove him pending investigation. That investigation, we see from the last progress report, it does not clear him. It's simply, the only reference it makes to that allegation is we tried to get hold of the complainant and we haven't found the complainant. We have emailed the complainant, and then it then discusses his holding interest in other companies, and that's you recommend he be disciplined for that. Nothing to do with the original complaint. So as per that report, he's not cleared. And your evidence earlier in the day was that investigation, as far as you know, is still continuing. It's strange to me and inconsistent, the inconsistent that you would be happy for him to return to SANEP when he's got the serious allegation against him. And my saying it's inconsistent is to lead to the probability that it suggests is that you would have said he should go somewhere else because he's still the subject of investigation. Even if he returns to Soki, you wouldn't be happy for him to go back to SANEP because he's still the subject of investigation. So there is that inconsistency on your version how you dealt with this. If your version is the correct version, then it's inconsistent in how you dealt with it, that he's not cleared, and then you say, well, he can go back to SANEP. I'm okay with that, especially because you're not acting on instruction. If you were saying, head office said I must take him back, then I left it to Nyusa where to place him, I would understand. It's your decision to return him, and you say to us, he could have returned to SANEP. I don't understand it. Do you want, yeah. Do you have any comment?
I get what the commissioner is saying, but I think I remain with the explanation I've provided. I hear what you are saying. To the commissioner, it doesn't make sense. But as we are continuing with an investigation, you see the complainant it cannot be reached out. You see, you are able to make a deduction as things are going forward, as the investigation is unfolding. So maybe to the commissioner, it does not make sense. But to me at that stage, it made sense that he must go back. And I must also bring it to your attention, commissioners, that in terms of the capacity of human resources, we have a serious shortage in the DPCI. So I took that decision, and then if I made a mistake, I will accept my mistake. But I did took that decision, Commissioner.
Maybe then, thank you for that. It's your answer. Thanks, General. Maybe then we can't complete this discussion without putting this to you for your comment. Warrant Officer Sander, you obviously have followed his evidence. That's why you're able to quote his engagement with Commissioner Khumalo. So you would be aware that where he spoke about this issue, he mentioned also that, and it was on probing when he said I was stepping on people's toes. He mentioned that he lodged a complaint, I think, a complaint about exhibits getting lost against certain people, and he had listed in that complaint, I think the specific person was, I don't remember his title, but Hussein, if I'm not mistaken. And then in that complaint, the document that is before the commission, there's a whole list of people who he says they came in, removed an item from the exhibit room, and then later on it's not fully accounted for. Now, the main person, Hussein, I think was disciplined for that. But in the long list, there are a number of people that I don't remember, but one of them, I suppose it stood out because the person came to testify. It's Colonel Jacob, one of the people against whom he was saying they took exhibits out and the next thing, those exhibits were not fully accounted for. Did you become aware of that complaint against maybe the general complaint about the loss of exhibits that was laid by Colonel Sanda before he was removed from this position to supply chain?
Commissioner, I am aware that there was a warrant officer who was charged, who received exhibits, who was supposed to send them to forensic, and he never sent them. He did whatever he did with them, and then an investigation was conducted. That person was charged criminally. I am aware of that person, but the list of people that the complaint was laid against, I can't remember now, because all I'm aware of is this one person who was criminally convicted, and also consequence management was done by the line manager against that same person.
Do you become aware that that complaint was laid by Warrant Officer Sanda? I'm just trying to find out how much you knew about that complaint.
I can't remember that one, Commissioner, whether it was by him or they established it when they did the inspections there. I'm not aware.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Just to close up on that, and based on your testimony that you actually supported his return to his previous post, Soki Saneb, would you, today as you sit here, if you are able to, would you support and motivate for his return to his previous post? That's Warrant Officer Sanda. Or have you changed your mind from when you first supported that return?
As far as I'm sitting here, I don't have authority to be a policeman.
It's not
There's
authority.
nothing I can do.
I'm not asking you about authority, General. I'm just inquiring whether, if you had the scope to, would you support and motivate for his return?
I won't have a problem that he goes there, because I said he must go back to Soki. My understanding was to his post, because when you are placed at a specific area, you have a post number over and above the issue of your service number, but there is a post reference number to each and every member.
Is it fair to take it, when you say you would not have a problem, you mean yes, you would motivate if you could?
Look, this investigation against him is almost 2 years, as the commissioners also advised me. And nothing at this stage positively came out in relation to that investigation. Yes, I won't have a problem if he goes back there.
Okay. Then the other issue that you wanted to, and I'm moving off this topic, the other issue you wanted to engage with during your free time was related to statements by Colonel Prinsloo, I hope I have the rank right, which you said he made shortly after the theft, you recall. You deal with that at your paragraph 12.1 and 12.2. I have extracted two of his statements. They are both dated November 23 and 25th, respectively. You should have a blue folder, a small folder in front of you. I have showed you these documents during the tea break. These are the documents that you want to have regard to, correct? The first one you will see...
In the blue folder...
The little blue folder, there are two documents.
It looks like there's one.
There should be at the top there, one should read in manuscript A24 and the other one A25.
We don't have A24.
I also have A24, but this is the correct one. Oh, this A24 is
A24 is the correct one.
Yes,
I think in copying, you actually then should have two bundles. They put them in separate sleeves, but he maintains that it's A24 you want us to have regard to.
Correct, Commissioners.
Is this the one in respect of which you were referencing paragraph 7, General?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right.
So we have A24, then take us to paragraph 7 and highlight what you wanted to address?
Sorry for interruption.
Go ahead, General.
Can I go ahead?
Please.
Thank you, Commissioners. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Commissioners that while the mind of this Colonel was fresh, when we look at paragraph 7, the pages are not numbered. But he said, during the looting in July, I received a call from the District Commissioner. Pardon me for not calling the name. To inquire if our dockets are secured as there was widespread looting on the coast. I informed her that they were secured. I then informed her that we had a large quantity of drugs stored in the office, and I requested that VISPOL members patrol after hours. This paragraph, when I look at the statement that the Commission has given us, I've never came across anywhere where the Colonel is talking to this paragraph. Then the next paragraph that I wanted to address the Commissioners is paragraph 10 of the same statement. Maybe before paragraph 10, let's check paragraph 8. My glasses are running away. Paragraph 8 is line 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom of paragraph 8, Commissioners. General Senona requested us to have regular visits to the office after hours. I think I testified previously with regard to this. I read it on record. The members then left, so I wanted that sentence to come again on record. Then we go to paragraph 10. He says, on 2021-11-0, did I say paragraph 10 in my statement?
Yes, you say paragraph 10, you say so at your paragraph 12.2. Where you reference Lieutenant Brigadier Naika and warrant officers.
Yeah, I think I might have made a mistake regarding the paragraph, but I want to look for it. There is a paragraph that he talks about. I said he never informed. Maybe I made a mistake. Apologies for that, Commissioners.
No, if I may assist, and that's where the confusion arose and it was necessary for me to talk to you. That paragraph 10 is not in that statement, is in the second statement now.
Okay.
Where reference is made to Brigadier Naika and the 2 warrant officers.
Yeah, but
you have the second statement.
I don't have it here before me.
At paragraph 10, that's where it's introduced.
Sure.
Your supplementary statements reads as if they come from the same document, but
Commissioners,
it's different document.
There is a problem here. When you look at the both statement 825 and 824, for me it looks like it's the same, but when you go to paragraph 10, there are 2 paragraph 10s. My paragraph 7, I think I made a mistake when I say 824 is the correct one. Look at paragraph 7 of 825. It's exactly the same narrative on both statements. I think I'm picking up an error here that I confirm that this is the correct statement, but the one I was referring to, I want to correct that. It should be this 825, not 24.
Okay.
And apologies for that, Commissioners.
For the record, 824 is dated 23/11/2021. That's the last page. You see that? 825 is dated 2 days later, and that is 25/11/2021. Now, I pulled up both because they are 2 days apart, and you said it's a statement made shortly after the theft.
Correct, yes. Commissioners. I still maintain that it's shortly after the incident.
I don't have an issue with that. So,
Thank you very much.
We settle on 825.
Yeah, when we read paragraph 10 of 825.
Yes.
it talks to what I've testified about in that on the, can I read it on record, Commissioners?
Yes, General.
On 2021-07-29, Brigadier Naika visited Port Shepstone as he needed to inspect certain SANAP dockets. He was accompanied by 2 members of Pretoria Soki SANAP. I'm not going to say their names. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my offices, and it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. I informed the Brigadier that I was not comfortable with it being stored in my office, as the security of my office is not up to standard.
I note, can I take you back to your statement, which is what led us to 825, and in particular 12.2. You set that out as a complaint at paragraph 12.2 of your supplementary statement.
Paragraph?
12.2.
Yes, Commissioners.
And at page 5 of this supplementary statement, you conclude that by saying my office never received any report or feedback concerning such a visit or inspection.
Correct.
And you reference paragraph 10.
Correct, Commissioners.
Now, my question is, what relevance does that inspection have to the drug bust?
If you read it, they are talking about the drugs here. These drugs that are stored there is the drug bust, is the very same drug, alleged cocaine.
But the inspection is in regard to certain SANAP dockets.
But can I read a sentence here, Commissioners?
Yes, please.
1, 2, 3, the third line. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my office. That is the reference I'm making.
Is that an inspection?
No.
You call it an inspection at 12.2. That's my confusion, General.
Remember, I might have made a mistake in compiling this, but all I'm trying to bring to the attention of the commissioners is that this brigadier was there, and Prinsloo confirmed it, he was there. He came with 2 warrant officers to do inspections on certain SANAP cases.
Yes.
Over and above that, they went aside and discussed the issue of the storage of drugs that were there. And he never informed the commission while he was here.
Just so that I understand, is your point that other people came to know about the drugs and the fact that they were stored?
Exactly, Commissioners. Absolutely true. And how they happened to know?
Prinsloo told them, is that?
Yes. I do not know, because he should have informed. You know, when we come here, we say we want to tell the truth. We take an oath. But people choose to say certain things and choose to withhold others. But here, when in his statement that the commission gave us, the one he compiled for the commission purposes, he's not talking about these 2 warrant officers. He's talking only about the brigadier. Why are you putting these ones aside? For what good reason?
But the same thing could be said about the SAP 13 people at the Port Shepstone police station. Because if these exhibits had to be logged or recorded on the 23rd in the book, the SAP 13 at Port Shepstone, then it means anybody who has access to that also knows that the drugs are stored at the DPCI Port Shepstone office.
Commissioner, it is possible, but if you book things, you sign for them. In the SAP 13, when I try to recollect, is either you take them to forensic or what. I don't know what they wrote there, but what you are saying is probable.
I just want clarity on a response you gave to my co-commissioner, Commissioner Khumalo. Commissioner Khumalo asked if you are saying it must be, is it Colonel Prinsloo, who may have informed Brigadier Naika about the presence of the suspected cocaine. I thought you said yes. Did you say yes to that?
I didn't get the question, Commissioner, please.
I'm saying in response to a question by Commissioner Khumalo as to whether you were saying it's Colonel Prinsloo who may have told Brigadier Naika about the presence of the drugs there. I understood you to be, or rather, did you say yes in response to that? I'm asking that because I would find a yes to be strange, because Colonel Prinsloo says here, it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. So it's more about what Brigadier Naika knew, which appears from this not to have had anything to do with Prinsloo. That is
correct, Commissioner.
Yeah, in this paragraph 10, there is no suggestion that it was Colonel Prinsloo who told or who might have told Brigadier Naika that there's suspected cocaine in here.
No.
So your answer, your correct answer to Commissioner Khumalo would be no, that's not what you were saying.
Yes, it's not the Colonel Prinsloo who informed Brigadier Naika.
Yes.
Because I'm talking out of this paragraph.
Yes. I thought I should clarify that because I thought maybe you might have misunderstood Commissioner Khumalo's question.
Yes, Commissioner. It's Colonel Prinsloo who says Brigadier Naika talked to him aside and informed him about the consignment. That is it still here?
Yes.
Now.
And then Colonel Prinsloo made the observation that it was clear that he knew it was stored by us.
Correct, Commissioner. Now, all I'm trying to highlight to the commissioners to assist them is that although immediately after the incident of the theft, this is what happened. He doesn't say the brigadier when he was there, he came with 2 warrant officers. Now the question is, I'm saying there's a probability that also these 2 warrant officers might have knowledge of it because he was traveling with them. Now, why he never informed the commission, I don't know, but I'm just putting it before the commission. It's like paragraph 7. He never informed the commission about what transpired between himself and the district commissioner. He never informed the commission. And the question is, why? Because in his evidence in chief, Commissioner.
You finish the sentence, General. Finish the sentence.
In his evidence in chief, he said he reported over and over the issues of the safety to Brigadier News. But he said if he reported it to head office, he was going to be charged and this and this and this and that.
At some point, you should stop because I see that your counsel wants to say something.
Okay. No, thank you.
No, Chair, I just wanted to assist whether I think the confusion came from. Is where the chair is saying that he said yes to that question. He didn't. He said
no. I was correcting. Correcting what came out of the engagement between Commissioner Khumalo and the general.
Yes.
And I think I captured what's in the statement correctly, because indeed the general confirmed what I was suggesting to him, which comes directly from the statement.
No, 100%. But what doesn't come from the statement is you did premise it by saying maybe you're mistaken, that he had said yes, it was Prinsloo. He didn't say that. He said I don't know. I thought it did so much that
he did it. Even
No, I think what happened, Mr. Mpofu, is there was a quick exchange and there was a yes and I don't know.
And maybe they were both, but the answer was I don't know. I think that's where the confusion stems from. He never suggested that it must be Prinsloo who had...
Mr. Mpofu, I will tell you this. I understood, which is why I even sought the clarity. I understood that the general could never have meant to say that. That is exactly why I just wanted to put that beyond question. Thank you.
Chair, I'm aware of the time, but perhaps just to close on this issue so we can put away these particular documents, if I could invite the general once again to your paragraph 12.2. And for the record, I think now we have resolved the issue of paragraph 10. For the record, you accept that the visit by Brigadier Naika and the two officers and the failure to provide your office with any report back or any report or feedback concerning such visit or inspection is irrelevant for purposes of this commission. That because the purpose of their visit was to inspect certain SANEP documents.
It is not irrelevant, commissioners. Okay. It is relevant because you, for example, here is a department. In a province, you have a provincial commissioner. And then inspectorate from head office sent a delegation to inspect one of your police stations. Even if they don't do everything, they do specific things. They must give you a report so that whatever shortcomings has been identified, the commission is probing allegations of corruption, interference. What is the other one? Interference, corruption in the criminal justice system. So this paragraph, for me, is very much significant. And a person from Pretoria comes and tells a person at Port Shepstone about the storage. I'm making this statement for the commissioners to take note of that. I'm not saying any suggestion or whatever, but that is the relevancy. Thank you, commissioners.
General, that's why much earlier when you were reading, I asked you, what in fact is this paragraph about? Because I was trying to understand, what are you seeking to convey? Is it just a complaint about, I didn't receive a report, and that's all it is? In which case, the evidence leader would be correct to say, but it's not relevant. But if there's more to the complaint that you didn't receive a report, or to the fact that you didn't receive a report, if there's more to it, if you're saying more than just that, then we need to understand. I say this mindful that the last thing you say is, I'm not suggesting anything. I leave it to the commission. Then it's not, if there is an underlying text to your complaint that I didn't receive a report, I think, and you think that underlying text is relevant to terms of reference, I think it is helpful to the commission that you say what it is, what is the text behind those words. Much earlier you said Prinsloo doesn't say anything about this visit. The question is why. And I thought that the question is why may well be really what you want to speak to. And I had intended to ask you, what's your suggested answer to the why, so that we know what we are working with. If we need to probe it further with another witness, then we do that. Otherwise, on its face, it looks irrelevant on its face until you tell us what, in fact, are you conveying about it.
Commissioners, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right.
Let us adjourn and resume at 13:15.
Chair.
14:15.
you.